Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. So, I was watching Skylar today, um, Skylar Daroon, and he showed a woman who was talking about passport bros. Now, the funny thing is, this is a woman who was saved on my TikTok. I covered her before. I don't know if I saved it because I thought she was one of the good ones. However, she does preach the gospel of female improvement. Yet here she is talking trash, and it's the same trash that you hear. We're the wives, blah, 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 about passport bros. And I'm like, oh, crap. And then offhand, a couple of days ago, there was another woman who is saying how the red pill community will ruin your life and blah 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 because your life was so perfect prior to the red pill community. Like every man had a white picket fence, a dutiful wife, and two and a half kids. They had we were just living the American dream prior to the invention of red pill. So, we'll try to hit that like button while I get into this and do some. Oh, by the way, I didn't even explain to y'all the concept of reach back. Reach back is a term that I heard Shay Sade use recently, where women, perhaps due to harsh economic times or for whatever reason, perhaps they just age out of being for the streets, they all of a sudden are these, oh, look at me, I'm a pretty pick me, just out of nowhere, when really it wasn't sincere. They always had a plan, like being a pick me or being quote unquote male identified, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, was always their end goal. They just activated that mode when it was convenient for them. So now you get like a series of apology videos that are coming from various different black women, and they're apologizing on behalf of all the other women out there, blah 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 blah. So basically what Shay Sade was saying is, how do you know if this is a reach back, meaning false apology is just done with intention to gain something, or if this is sincere. And the truth of the matter is, most of the time we don't. I mean, there are indicators like a person's life work. For example, Danica Marie, she wrote a book on it. But in addition to that, she is married, and she was dutifully married to her husband from a very young age. Her husband, who at the time of marriage and likely not now, wasn't rich or anything like that. So there wasn't a need to use men as a financial utility. So yeah, that is the crux of what it is, or what the reach back is. Now let's review some things, some people. All right. Actually, before I get into that, let me read some of your comments. It says, intriguing title. Can't wait for the stream. Well, you don't have to wait long, brother. Thanks a lot for coming. Make sure you hit that like button. And as Jeff said, all right, appreciate the emoji. Can't see it though. The reach back happens because Brad tossed them back on the streets. Yeah, that's one definition that I've heard it used where, you know, um, they went the Brad route and it didn't really work out. So now they're like, okay, I know that I have been doing this for, quite some time. I'm not going to undo the damage that I did to the image and reputation of black men. However, I am going to give you a better relationship deal, because that's really what they're doing. And it's not, I mean, to be honest, what they're doing is worse because they're convincing all other women to give terrible deals and then, offer a better deal. So say a woman is 25 pounds overweight, but she convinced other women to be 50 pounds overweight. And then she pops up like, "Oh yeah, y'all big. I am in the process of my weight loss journey because I love and respect men." So yeah, there is that. All right, so I'm going to give an example of one, a TikToker who I subscribe to. I was surprised to see that I was subscribed to her. And I don't subscribe to many people on TikTok. So I either thought that she was really, really good and I bought into her reach back, or I thought that she was really, really bad. We're going to examine. Okay, so let's see what she has to say.
I ain't none of y'all passport bros found a wife yet. Because that's what y'all kept on telling us that y'all was going over there for. We knew y'all was lying, but that's what y'all said. You said
Okay, why have none of y'all passport bros found wives yet? And I hate to say the whole not all thing, and I'm not going to get into that. She kind of left herself wide open for that. But since I renounced that whole conversation strategy, I'm not even going to use that. I am going to say that we honestly don't know how many have found wives, nor is there a manifesto for passport bros saying that that's what they're looking for. And then there's another thing, and I talked about this on Razor Rays last night. Um, or actually before, but it came up slightly again. I just didn't say what I'm about to say now. And that is there's wife adjacency. And that is when you are in a relationship with someone where you are behaving as wife and husband, and or husband and wife rather, and you don't have to get the official paperwork. And I agree with that here in the States. There really isn't a need for it other than putting the men in a vulnerable position to, lose assets. So let's take someone like Zoom to Thailand. Zoom to Thailand, has displayed this woman that he's with. I forget her name. So shout her out if you wish. And they seem to do like the traditional wife husband um, things, just without the ceremony and the title. Now, I think modern men have come to realize, especially if you're from the States, where, that title, making it official, the paperwork is very dangerous. They have at some point in their life come to the conclusion that, hey, there's really no need for the paperwork. None whatsoever. And I think that the local women are saying, well, I'm happy. I know I can continue to make him happy. So you're right. There is no need for the paperwork.
you was going over there to get a wife. You said the women over there was more submissive. You said they was more compliant. You said it was so many more of them to choose from than over here in the United States. So why
All of these things are true. All of these things are and still are true.
is it taking so long for y'all to find one?
Okay. Um, there's two reasons. And let's just say a person, man or woman, is looking to find a wife slash husband. They're looking to get married. There's two reasons that is a equal and opposite obstacle in doing that. One would be a person has way too many options. Another would be a person has way too few options. I'm going to repeat that. An obstacle for a person finding a significant other, the two major ones is one having way too many options, and another is a person having way too few options. So, say if by some magic, um, a person was to just list all of the people that is willing to marry you, and you put that list in a number, you give a count of how many people in this world that's nearing 8 billion people, is a list of people, and let's just say in America, right? Out of the nearing 400 million people in America, a list of all the eligible women who are willing to marry you just came out. And if on that list is like 6 women, then that is why it would be difficult for you to find a wife. And conversely, if on that list is 600,000 women, then it will still be difficult for you to find a wife, because it's because now you're looking for one woman out of 600,000. So that could be the problem that men face. And I'm not even going to concede that there is a problem, but let's just say that there is. That would be the problem that a man would have in finding a wife. How do you find a wife in a high concentration of available women, all of whom have met the basic criteria that you have for a wife: fit, feminine, and friendly, which is really something extraordinarily basic in the rest of the world? In many places, most women who are of marriageable age are fit, and it's very easy to become friendly, even if they're not. I've met women who were nasty to locals like cab drivers and waiters, but they were friendly to me. So that's easy to fake. And femininity comes from home training, which is lacking in the States, to say the least. But I will say that men who travel and the ones who are looking for wives are really just suffering from an overabundance. Now, though this is an equal problem, and finding a wife as a person who's suffering from underabundance, it is still a more comfortable position to be in your search. I'm going to repeat that. It's still a more comfortable position to be in your search. In fact, I am going to assert after I finish playing her video, that she is in that position and she likes it. Like many women here in the West, they're addicted to being in that position of overabundance. Well, I'll say it now. Ever notice how bras be having, like, an inbox full and they still single? That's because they're in a position of overabundance. That's a difficult position to be in finding long-term compatibility. However, they enjoy being in that difficult position. It's what they would call good problems.
I'm just confused. We ain't seen no engagement. We definitely ain't seen no marriages, and we don't even see you with women. So I'm confused. Like, what's taking so long?
We don't see. Okay, it's crazy work to think that they have to display it to you. She talks with the authority of a police officer, just in a far more obnoxious way. For example, imagine a cop coming to your window and say, um, "We don't see no license, we don't see no registration, and we don't see no insurance." It's like, okay, I guess you have the authority to ask for these things. Um, I didn't know that they were obligated to present such things to you. In fact, they don't have any obligations to you whatsoever, and that's what bothers you. None. And I see those things and I'm not even looking for them. This is very weird. So I'm going to just not look for these things and see if we see them because she just said we don't even see you with women, and which is
Like what's taking so long?
which is odd because I just use Zoom to Thailand as an example, and we do see that. But I'm not okay. Listen at this.
Wrong. I just don't understand, right? If it was so easy, if when you go over there, the women want you so bad, why is it you have not found one yet?
Okay, so she said I'm not gonna go back too far, but she just said that we don't see you with no women. So I'm just going to go to a YouTube search engine and I'm going to type in the word passport bros. And I'm going to see if men without women sh- show up when I just type in those words. I'm not even going to say, with receipts or with work. I'm just going to say passport bros and see what comes up. Hit the like button. Okay, so this one is a passport bros, but he's talking about how they're mad at passport bros. So I'm gonna I'm looking for the one where the passport bros are actually like out on the prowl or out on the field, what have you. Okay, so this is most of this stuff seems to be like talking about women's reaction to passport bros. Oh crap! Here's one: passport bros showing receipts. I mean, do I even have to click this? Shout out to solo traveler. So I mean, I'm pretty sure like in this video, and this is the first one that came up where it was a passport bro like displaying, um, and he's showing receipt. Wait, the dark truth about passport bros: women aren't the so this is another woman. Dang. So this is interesting. This is not scripted. What I'm doing now is not scripted. When you type in passport bros, what you get is not passport bros. It's women reacting to passport bros. Passport bros latest destination in Africa. Okay. So this is Skylar. American women demands end of passport bros. So once again, this is all um women's reaction to. Oh, here we go. A million views.
And it's been a really good.
Okay, so it's not hard to find a, let's just say, traveler with women. Oh, wait a minute. What's this in the corner? So the receipts are there. You just have to, and there you go. Okay. By the way, those women in the dresses, their whole thing, being not hot enough to, like, well, anyway, their whole thing is to take pictures in traditional wear from tourists, and they charge $5. And I remember getting into, because yeah, remember I'm a frugal man. They didn't have change, and they tried to keep it and hide behind the whole different language thing. So what did I do? I took another picture. But yeah, anyway, um, that's that. They walk around with fruit on their head, and you take a picture with them. So let's see his receipts. Okay, so he's actually doing like solo walkthroughs. I don't know if all neighborhoods are the same, but I think I've been to. Yeah, that's the place. I I don't know. Maybe all the neighborhoods are the same because it look kind of different, but because I don't remember there's shrubbery here. But I do remember like this courtyard that get lit at night, and where this juice thing is a sandwich shop. But that was a while ago, and businesses go in and out of. Oh yeah, I've been. Yeah, so he's in Cartagena, and I've been in this neighborhood. Once again, it could be a place where how some cities like all the streets look the same, like New York or Miami or something like that. But I think I have been to this neighborhood. I'm looking for like something specific that like a specific shop that I know is there. Um, okay, let's see. Oh no, we're looking for receipts. Him with the girl. So looks like okay. Looks like she can make the argument that this guy here is a passport bro with no women. Okay, let's go into his page. Let's go into his page. Ah, okay, 6 days ago. Ah, there you go. So my question is, what in the hell is she talking about? And another one. So what do you mean? I don't see you with any women. Oh, okay. Okay. How do you not see that? Like I'm curious, like not seeing male travelers with women is if she's deliberately avoiding it. She has to be deliberately like hiding. Or yeah. I mean, I could see the whole no wives thing, but no, it's pretty apparent that these guys are almost always seen with women. Almost always. Like they have to deliberately go out their way to not be seen with them. Just saying. Hit the like button. All right. So, gonna play the rest of it. So now we know that she's being disingenuous. Um Either to us or to herself. Let me be clear. A lot of women want to believe that the passport bro journey is not successful. So they tell themselves that. Y'all don't have any women over there. Or what? Are you kidding me? Okay.
Why? Because we was waiting on you to bring one back and throw it up in our face, right? And we ain't seen that happen yet.
Of course you were waiting for that. Y'all want that to happen so that you may corrupt her. I want half, Eddie. I want half. What have you done for me lately? They are waiting to do that. Why would a man bring a woman back to the States, be like, nah, 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 nah. This song is not about you. And that's what this reeks of. This reeks of you're not showing me any receipts. You're not showing me any proof. Where's your receipts? Excuse me, I'm going to need to see some marriage certificates. Like you have no authority here. It's not about you. It may be because of you, but it's not about you. Jesus.
We don't even see you with no woman, period. I'm just curious.
Okay, then you're not looking very hard. And by very hard, I mean not at all. Okay.
Why ain't none of y'all passport bros?
Okay, let's look at Vampire Princess because they realize they have to be a provider for real, not only for her but her family. Okay, though this is true, especially in places like the Philippines. Guess what? Guess what? The definition of provisions is so ridiculously minuscule to where you can provide for their entire family for the cost of providing a Black American woman's hair care and nail care needs. I'm going to repeat that. You can provide for their entire family for the same amount as or less than the amount of providing for a Black American woman's hair and nail needs. And that's not an exaggeration. I told you about the one woman, beautiful woman who I was smashing in the Philippines, and when we were out, she asked me for some pillows. Oh, better yet, everybody knows about the stove. Yes, after years of kicking it, she got a stove. How much was the stove? Uh, 200 with propane, and that's it. That family is provided for. And quiet is kept. It's not just the family that's provided for. It's really, from what I see, because I stayed with her. So the money I spent on a hotel, I spent on a stove. I would have spent on a hotel, spent on a stove. I stayed with her, and the whole floor um, was missing appliances. Meaning that every, because I met the neighbors and stuff, seeing them, kicked it with them, and they all were missing appliances. They all had one appliance. The girl I was seeing, her one appliance was a washing machine. And then if you go to her neighbor's house, they don't have a washing machine, but they have a refrigerator. And if you go to another neighbor's house, they don't have a refrigerator or washing machine, but they got a stove or something like that. So she now has two appliances, which means that the neighbors can come to her house and cook now. Just like she goes to her neighbor's house to get, to put stuff in a refrigerator. Once again, it's not much provisions at all. At all. You have to provide for the entire family. And you have to provide for a family regardless. Like no matter what country you live in, you have to provide for your family. It's just that the definition of provision is a lot, a lot, a lot. And I'll give example. I'll give example of that. Here, I'm gonna Google how much does it cost to raise a child. Okay, and of course it's gonna default to America. Raising a child in the U.S. costs an average of approximately $23,000 per year, which can equate to around $414,000 by age 18. $414,000. You have to support their entire family. Yeah, bring $414,000 there and see how many families you can support. And I'm using families plural with a Z. FAM, families, plural. You can support families there. So I never met this guy, but um, my barber was telling me about him. So true, maybe not true. I believe that is true. So there was a brother. I'm assuming it's a brother because it's a black barbershop, of course. There was a brother who went to the Philippines and started a family. Upon receiving the child, she asked for, I don't know if she asked for it or if he gave it to him, $5,000. And that was it. That was it. So if I'm doing my math right, the boy that she had for him is probably like 18 now. Um, because I remember him telling me the story like 6, 7 years ago. And when he told me the story, the boy was 10. So he has to be close to 18, 17, 18. Um, but that was it. Like when he told me the story, he was like, and she hadn't bothered him for 10 years. Like that was it. They took that 5 Gs and they raised that kid. Maybe she hit him up since or something, but they raised that kid. Why? Because that 5 Gs was enough to like buy a car and become taxi drivers, buy a laundry machine and open up a laundry service or something like that. That's enough for like a small business that they will work for those 18 years. And then when the child come of age, they'll give that business to the child to work and then they retire. The difference in level of provisions is ridiculous. Like when you hear about these child support settlements, like $80,000, a month or some crap like that. Yeah, yeah, they will live off that forever for 3 generations. You have to provide for. They think that more people means more provisions. Nope, not when you are dealing in cross country scenarios. They were loud when going over there. Now all of a sudden the marriage is a secret. The women over there know about them already. What do they know? Hmm. I'm screaming. Please clock it. Okay. Black Uru. So this is a guy who used to be he used to come to my show, but he stopped because of conflict between BGS and I, but I still see him over there. Says there are a lot of men who have found wives abroad. They just don't market themselves as passport bros. They are too busy enjoying their lives um, with women who respect and appreciate them. Okay. Um, then I'm not talking to them. Why would they talk to you? And this is the creator. Why would they talk to you? Okay. First of all, you question their existence, and he's just saying that they exist. I mean, do you talk to the ones who aren't finding wives? This is, oh crap. I used to have a higher opinion of her. Okay, I have not seen it be reported that being a passport bro requires that you publicly report your marriage. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't think she's going to reply to that. They need to provide receipts of what they say. No, they really don't. I mean, first of all, they do provide receipts. Second of all, they don't owe you anything. The entitlement, I swear, it's astounding. It is astounding. The thing is that for the most part, passport bros are not like relationship coaches. to where they are asking for you to buy their services. They're not. They just have a philosophy that things are better as far as dating goes over there than it is over here. And you don't need receipts because they're not selling you. Like a receipt is for something that's being sold. You buy a soda and they give you a receipt. They're not selling you anything. They're telling you something. Okay. I'm shout out to Black Guru. I'm not gonna dig deep into that. No marriages, and the ones who got married got divorced right after the woman received the green card. Okay. Huh. That is a very unique straw situation. Not saying that it don't exist, but I'm just gonna say like this. Most passport bros are happy, and the ones who aren't happy are still happier than they were prior to becoming passport bros. Meaning that the ones who are not getting the results that they want are getting better results than the ones that they had in the states. I believe that there are quite a few on here that got married that have posted their wives. Yes. Isn't there like love crossing borders or someone like that? Like I don't have to like look for these people. Okay, married passport. Okay, so yeah, he's actually so anyway, uh she says where and he actually gives examples. I actually want to see their response to that. Someone said that ain't married. You do you. Okay, I'm not gonna click the receipts because that goes down a rabbit hole, but it says none of the ones who used to stitch me are. Okay, okay. So their creator's response is an admission of a limited sample pool, a very limited. Like because in the stitch, when they stitch your videos, they're not married. So by that logic, Skylar, who use your video, and I who use your video, who isn't neither of whom are passport bros, say, yeah, y'all not married. Well, I'm in the States and Skylar is in Brazil enjoying his very large rotation of women, each of whom are more attractive than you, most of whom would marry him. Once again, it's better to be not married due to abundance than due to scarcity. Something that women, especially ones like this, have come to realize. And that's why they want men that they don't want to want them. Because they like that feeling of being not married due to abundance. They're just creating an abundance for themselves. And I'm going to dig deeper into that while y'all hit that like button. A lot of those guys get married and women leave them soon as possible. Okay, so let's talk about this guy for example, right quick. Coach Pat 618. Older guy with poor grooming habits on pictures that he has, and he's going to pander. And it's a shame because at his age, at his salt and pepper age, he hasn't realized that it hasn't gotten you anywhere. He's just chasing the carrot. Okay, a lot of those guys get married and women leave as soon as possible. As soon as possible, citizenship, and you have a lot of guys who go over there for guys, just to hang out, living a secret lifestyle. Okay, so this is the whole you're gay type thing. Why would you? Why is it better to be rainbow overseas? I, I mean, I'm not rainbow, but if I were, I would see no need to go overseas for that because there's a rainbow community here. And that rainbow community is not as problematic or as difficult as the heterosexual community is for men. Meaning that in America, I want y'all to write this down. Want y'all to write this down or type it. But if you're going to type it somewhere, print it because you need this on actual paper. In America, it is most difficult for a heterosexual men to have sex than any other group. It's easier for gay men to have sex. It's easier for gay women to have sex. And it's definitely easier for straight women to have sex. In America, the most difficult group to actually get laid is the heterosexual men. That difficulty goes away if that person decides to be rainbow. Or I shouldn't say decide, but if that person just so happened to be rainbow. So this whole notion of the down low traveler doesn't really make sense. It's just boomer babble. And once again, I'm not rainbow, but I'm assuming that when they approach each other, it's a even exchange because you're offering each other the same thing. Well, I'm not even going to get into that because, quite frankly, it's nasty, and I don't want to like having to build a scenario makes me have to think about it in my brain, and I don't want to get into that. Quite literally, I don't. All right, so nevertheless, that's right, Coach. I was about to say this. Some don't realize it's a lot of foreign gay men. It's a lot of homosexual people exist everywhere. It's not like one of those plants that only grow in certain places like tobacco or something like that. It's one of those things that exists everywhere, even in countries where it's illegal, they just hide it, but they exist. What are you talking about? I used to work for Norwegian. The amount of black men from the US with soft foreign men was alarming for it. No, it wasn't. You didn't see nothing and you didn't know anything that was out of the ordinary. All right. Marriage is not our goal, and if we find one, we will never bring them back. We build our new family over there. Yeah, smart. You have to stay on that small pond where you're the big fish because you bring her to America. The rest of the big fish is over here. Yeah, that's true. No argument there. What's your point? I would much rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. If fish were smart, they would literally just jump into my fish tank if they were smart. But they're not because they're fish. If they were smart, they'd be human. And if they were smarter, they'll be me. But no, if fish were smart, they would jump into my fish tank because in the ocean it's all kind of sharks and just all kind of crap, all kind of like piranhas, and I don't know if piranhas is saltwater, but nevertheless there's all types of predators, and then there's humans out there with nets, and then there's people that just like yanking fish out the ocean just because. Yes, you are the best place in the world for a fish is in my tank, point blank period. And she's laughing. This, okay. Passport Bros were saying they wanted traditional women, which is why they left America so they can marry one. I don't really know if, once again, that's their manifesto. Especially the marry one part. I do know that they say that they want traditional women. I don't know if they were saying we're going to leave the states to find a wife in particular. Now, all of a sudden, that wasn't the goal. I don't know if it ever was the goal because they don't have like a unified goal. Choosing your partner is a serious. Listen, if I could say a unifying goal, it would be to have a better quality of life and deal with better women. And that's something that they have received. Girl, we don't even see pictures yet. It's not hard to find. It's not hard to find. I just showed them to you. Okay. I know someone who bought a Brazilian back to America. He find a job. He helped her find a job. And she left him for the owner of the business because he sponsored her citizenship. No, that didn't happen. Um, do men bring Brazilian women back to the States? Yes. Do that go to their disfavor? Yes. Did this particular story play out how he described? No. Now, look at his name, FBA Clips. This is a guy who is looking to create a false sense of racial solidarity, and Passport Bros threaten that. So he's going to, yeah, exactly. 216 Muscle. Let's see what he's talking about. A bunch of them, okay, have the ones that have aren't all over the internet because they were real Passport Bros, not content creators. Good point. Good point. And I could tell you, from my travels, most guys who travel aren't content creators about travel. In fact, outside of Russell Taylor from Tailor Made Dreams, I haven't met any content creators in my travels. I doubt they looking for a wife. They're paying for it. Okay. You're not going to shame a person out of a good time, not a smart person. My coworker married from overseas and bought her here. She took him through the ringer and after a while divorced him for other men. Okay. Lesson, don't bring them back. Lesson learned. All right. So spent enough time on this because really this is about not this particular video, but this is about the content creator behind it. Once again, she is doing what's called a reach back. Now, I'm going to show you a video that I seen where I agreed with her. All right. So she has 379,000 followers. Only in America. Anywhere else, you have to be a citizen. I don't know what that was. Some type of warning or something popped up. All right, let's see. So now, so we seen a passport bro video, and we seen what it's about, what she's about, I should say. Now we're going to see her pander at the same time to men.
So you a baby mama maker. You create kids with women who you don't marry. You will move out of state. You will start whole new families with another woman, and then you'll fix your mouth to call a man a simp for coming in and taking care of your children who you don't.
I didn't see this video. I actually thought that this video was going to be a clapback at women who call men simps, who don't respect the stepdads in their life. But no, this is some more misandry. This is some more, creating a straw Johnny Appleseed dude that go around popping kids in women and moving to other states. Now let's talk about that for a second. How does that benefit a man in modern times? Like, I can't stand how these women move to like the 1920s to the 2020s, every time they hop in a DeLorean. I get it. 100 years ago, a man could impregnate a woman and then move to the next town over, and she don't even know where he at, even though he's only 6 miles away, starting a whole nother family. I get that. That is not now. That is not now. There's all sorts of child support laws, and and those people come after you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Deadbeats, deadbeats. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? We have a system set up to where men are just getting random notices in the mail from women that they never slept with at an address that they don't even live at, and because they didn't respond to the letter, they become the de facto dad and get arrested for not paying child support on a child that not only is not theirs, it is the product of a woman that he never slept with. And you're telling me that guys are going to oh, he's in a different state, so these women are going to child support court and say, oh crap, he was in DC but now he's in Maryland. He just moved up the street to Maryland, and we can't get him anymore. Jesus.
Even take care of. You shame men for picking up your slack. So you want your children to suffer, is what I'm understanding. Because you went on and started a whole new life. Either you living life like a single man with no kids, or better yet, you've created a whole new family with another woman, yet the children that you've created biologically with somebody else, you don't want those kids to have the opportunity to have another man come in and be the father that you're not, because you done went on to live your life and forget about them. This is why I hate y'all. This is
Ah,
why I hate a lot of y'all men. This is why I'm against dating.
okay. Okay, this is deep. I have not seen this. This is deep. I thought it was gonna be something else, but so she just flat out said that's why I hate men. Wow, this is deep. This is deep, deep. There's a lot in this 1 minute so far that I could talk about, but I'm gonna say this: the straw man that she's building don't really exist in high enough numbers to warrant a video. Um, okay, let's start here. Do men call stepdads simps. Yes, they do all the time. Um, are those men the biological fathers of the children that their stepdad is taking care of? And the answer to that is no. See, it's not Future calling Russell Wilson a simp. It's everybody else. It's all the other men calling Russell Wilson a simp for doing that. Not Future. At least not that I know about and not out loud. Like, so who are you talking about? Oh, you talking about yo baby daddy. And yes, I can see how yo baby daddy is calling your new boyfriend a simp. I could see that. I could see you talking to your baby daddy and he's saying, "Man, let that simp take care of him." And she just goes to the internet with her own individual baggage. I could see that happening. And I can also see, notice how, and I'll go back a little bit. Notice how she's constantly referencing you with a whole new woman in a whole new state. So she's still jealous. She still has that Vivica Fox 50 Cent thing going on in her soul. She keep mentioning, actually I'm not going to go back, but she keep mentioning her baby daddy's new boo. Just saying. And that's why I hate you men.
Men with kids, because y'all will create children with somebody and move on with your life, forget about the kids you created with somebody else, and then you still, even after you left them children, you don't even want those kids to be able to have the ability to have somebody else come into their life and be the father that your sorry tale couldn't be to them. And y'all fix your mouth to talk about.
This is a very, very, very specific thing. She is talking about a person, but she's saying y'all. She is talking about, I mean, it's kind of like, if I were to get on here and I'd be like, man, these women with red shoes and those pink ribbons in her hair and they fingernail polish painted blue with the slanted eyes and the thick thighs that's left-handed. And yeah, they could sing a little bit, but they never gonna be famous with the tig old bitties and the waist beads. They be out here scamming dudes. It's like, okay, obviously I have an issue with a individual person, and I'm just tacking y'all onto it.
The state of the community and single mothers and single mothers raising children. So what exactly do you want, Pookie? What do you want, Pookie? Because you're not in them households with them biological children that you creating. You out here living your best life like a man who ain't got no kids, or you're starting over with another woman, or better yet, you moving into a house with a woman and her kids that ain't even biologically yours, and
You see what I mean? This is very specific. This is very specific. She's obviously talking about her baby daddy. You moving into a house with a woman whose biological kids ain't yours. Wow. Can you be more specific? So obviously, your baby daddy moved on, and now he's with another woman who he is a stepdad to. And in some great twisted sense of irony, he is calling your dude or any dude that messes with you a simp for taking care of or excuse me, his biological kids. But by his own admission or by how you tell the story, he would be a simp because he's taking care of another's biological kids. So this is a very specific dude that you gave your womb to, and you're saying y'all.
you taking care of them better than you taking care of your biological kids. You got to be a low down piece of trash to not be an active father in your kid's life, and then also not want your kids to to ever get the opportunity to have a man better than you come in and take care of them and give them the opportunity to have an active father, since you couldn't be the active father for them. Do you understand how much of a piece of trash you have to be to want to take that from your own kids, your own blood? You couldn't stand up and be the man for them, but you also don't want another man to come in and love them. You want your children to suffer. And for that, that is why I hate a lot of y'all men.
Wow. She hate a lot of men for a very specific man. Somebody said that she is not a single mother. I could swore I've seen a video where she talked about being a single mother of a boy's son or something like that. I could be wrong. I could have just been looking at the thing, but yeah. Sick of all this. I literally had enough at this point. Wow, this is 2 hours ago. This is 2 hours ago. So this is so fresh and so clean, clean. She's raging out here. She's raging out. Don't ever expect the logical gender to be logical. Um, I don't expect idiots of any gender to be logical. If you are a stepdad calling other stepdads simps for taking care of someone else's biological kids, then you're not a logical person. They're so emotional that wait a minute, wait, this is an emotional response. Okay, all right. Uh, they're so emotional that they are willing to sacrifice their own kids to punish women. Yeah, I don't think it's really them sacrificing their kids to punish women. I just think that they don't care. It all comes down to their hatred of women. Once again, I think it's more indifference to both women and children. Yes, if you're a man who only loves what a woman can do for you, um, and you don't really care about anything else but that, then yeah, that's these are going to be the results. You literally nailed it, 100. I've realized that um, that is what it's really all about. Okay. Once again, it's not a matter of hate; it's just a matter of indifference. All right. So I could have swore that she said she had a son. Your mutual friends are not your friends. Okay. When did Brett? Oh, I don't know who that is, but apparently he's attractive to her. All right, let's see. Mark Anthony, beef with me. Losing weight naturally. Let's see. So right here, it looks like she says something that men can agree with. That she's speaking to the men with this. The women who wanted the baby, but not the man. All right, maybe I'll click on that later. Now, this was a video that got me, and it was probably this video that made me follow her. In fact, I'll click it. I'm single because I can't get along with men. All right. Attractiveness is judged by your face and body. These words are true. So once again, this is a reach back. This is her reaching back to me after doing other shit. Shame men for the women they get pregnant. Okay, so that seems like the same thing that she was saying before. You don't deserve a woman like me. Okay. I'll never watch the movie Wicked. Okay. Men who use dating apps are losers. Well, I wouldn't call them losers, but I don't think it's an effective way to get what you want. All right. I'm looking for the one where she mentioned that she is something about single mothers of sons or something like that. All right, let's see. Pregnant mother and son attacked by a group of kids in Chicago. Nope, that wasn't it. Men with kids. Nope. Three or fours will never get a ring. Okay. Women can't stand to see other women get attention. Um, as a grown man, get a job. How fast I went from 17. Men farting means they're gay. Okay. So this is weird. Um, TikTok increase block limit. All right, let's get into that. Let's get into that. Let's see. What was the one that where she talked about the weight? Um, this one.
My alliance with the overweight community was questioned in a video by a girl. She was upset about the video I made saying that your face and your body matters when people are considering your attractiveness. So first thing I want to say is I'm not sure where you ever got that I had an alliance with being big or that I promoted being big. I've never done that, even when I was big. Why would I ever promote something that I hated? Why would I ever do that? All right, there was nothing good about gaining that weight and being big. There's nothing I ever want to be in alliance with. Let me make something clear because y'all done made several videos about me being in alliance with stuff. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you this once. There's only one thing that I actually really care about when I get on this app and I discuss it, and that is children. I'm gonna tell you this one more time. Children is the only thing I actually care about when I discuss it on this app. All right. So do not come to me acting like I have any alliance with being overweight, no alliance with black power. Like, don't assign me anything I didn't tell you that was what my mission or my plight was. I'm not here to tell nobody to lose no weight. I'm not here to tell nobody to change nothing about themselves. But what you also won't get me to do is lie about what my experience was with being big or being overweight. You're never going to get me to lie for you and make it seem like that was a great, wonderful experience. There was nothing good about it. Right? I'm still mad at myself for it happening. And you think that I would ever be somewhere promoting it or taking up for it? I'm not. I'm sorry. That's never going to happen. I don't think people need to ever go out of their way to bother big people. I don't think that people need to pick on big people, but I will never promote being big. I will never make it seem like that is something that is.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right here for a second and say, now that I know her content a little bit better, I can definitely see why people would assume that she's pro big, that she is an advocate of BBWs. And that's because women who are misandrous, who are male hating, her words, not mine, she said, I hate men, are going to be advocates of BBWs because why wouldn't they be? If you hate men so much, why are you going to give them what they want? And that is, fit, feminine, and friendly, or at least one of the three F's. So I could see the big community actually just a little taken back, like, wait a minute, I thought you hate men. Like, if you hate men, why aren't you fat?
A good experience to go through. I will never encourage nobody to do it. And for the bigger women who keep coming into my comment section and bringing up men in a conversation that I never mentioned men once, I never mentioned men once in that video. And somehow you got bigger women in that comment section talking about, I done poured every man I ever wanted. I don't have no problem getting men. Why do y'all always bring up men? Why do you always bring up men who will sleep with you? This is why you give big women a bad name. You make it seem like big women are just so pathetic and down bad that they just be so happy to get crumbs. And you don't even see how bad you make big women look when you limit who they are down to their ability to get validation from men. Their ability to
Yeah. Um, Sexual validation for a woman is not a great accomplishment. The whole statement that so it was amazing. She hit the wall bad. Uh, but back in the days when cornrows just really did it for me, back in the when Nelly was like, "I'm a sucker for cornrows and manicured toes." There was a chick, the queen of cornrows. In my opinion, she was on the movie Baby Boy, and she was the one who worked with Yvette, and she was trying to seduce Jody, and she was just like, uh, "Come and get this pussy." She was like, "I just want some dick." And he turned her down, rightly so, because she's messy. She wanted to set things up just so she'll have something to say in the office. And even women who tolerate men that cheat will not tolerate being embarrassed, like that. There are rules to it, and Jody mentioned that. That's against the rules. So he did the right thing by rejecting her, and she walks out in her panties saying, you know I can get dick anytime I want to. I was thinking, like, wait, is that a flex? Is that a flex? And yeah, so that kind of took me. Another instance was there's a group of friends, both male and females, and we was crossing the street. And I guess one of them was crossing, a female was crossing real slow, and a car drove by, and it was a black dude in it. And he said he stuck his head out the window and yelled something on the lines of "fuck you, bitch." And I said, "What did he say?" And she told me, she was like, "He said fuck you, bitch." She said, "Yeah, but I bet if I gave him this pussy, he'd take it." And I was like, "Yeah, that's true. I mean, I know I would." But that's like a what the hell? Like, your response to that is, if I gave you this pussy, you take it. Okay. Yeah. And there, for some women, that's always an up, because it's really the only up they have, and it's something that most every woman have, even ones with AIDS. I've seen women with AIDS getting married and actually had a baby with a non-AIDS man. She was bad, but it was disgusting. The whole I don't even want to think about that. But yeah. So the whole "somebody is willing to fuck me" thing is, if that's your only flex, then you really don't have a flex.
get men have sex with them. Whoop de doo. You bragging about the same men having sex with you that's embarrassed to claim you. And newsflash, you
Mm,
ain't got every man that you ever wanted, because there's some men that's so repulsed by your size that they would never even talk to you. So be
that
for
those
real.
men are
You got
me.
every man who was willing to deal with you.
Those men are me. Yes. So rightly, a big woman can't say it can have any men because they can't have me.
At the end of the day, you triggered by the video, and that's fine. But you know the truth deep down inside. That's the reason why when y'all go on these dating apps, you be catfishing men with your face only, because you know that the face and the body is a package deal. My alliance with the overweight community was questioned in the video by a girl. She was upset about the video I made,
So
saying
you hear you hear women like this, and or you hear videos like this, and you would think like, okay, she's an advocate. Um, but when you look at the body of her work, she is an enemy. Losing weight naturally versus with surgery. Um, okay, I think this is another one, maybe, where she sounds like an advocate, but it's really a reach back, and she really hates men, like she said in another video. She hates men. Oh, here we go. Being a boy mom just hit different. Okay, so she's talking about somebody else. This is where I thought that she was a boy mom. So she's responding to a very specific incident, a situation that's probably not hers. Okay, let's see. Um, what was another one where she appears to be an advocate? Let's see. Let's see if this one she's an advocate or an enemy.
I'm gonna tell you why we're all single because there's not enough mixed bitches to go around for everybody. That's exactly why we're all single. These men are holding on, hoping and wishing.
Okay, that don't make any damn sense. We're single because it's not enough mixed bitches for to go around. But wouldn't that mean that you're in a relationship because with a man who lost the whole musical miss bitch cheers game? Like if there's not enough mixed bitches to go around, then there would be an overflow of men that would get with you. Okay, so yeah.
And they get them a biracial girl or a non-black girl to validate their feelings.
It's so much projection going on in this video. At some point, some of y'all black women gonna have to admit you're bitter. You bitter and you hold some type of jealousy against mixed and biracial women. Is it true that there are a lot of black men who want mixed and biracial women? Yes, that is a very real thing. But you know what also is a very real thing? That a lot of black women are obsessed with mixed and biracial women. Right? Like when you
So you would hear stuff like this and you would think that she's an advocate. And then she talks random shit about passport bros and about some straw nigga that, moved to another state and babies and, all kind of crap. And yeah, you realize that she knows what black men want to hear about, weight loss and all that stuff. She knows what black men want to hear. She listens to enough of our videos to know that, and she presents herself accordingly. Okay.
go into mixed and biracial women's comment sections, all you see is a bunch of women that look nothing like them hyping them up. And y'all absolutely show favoritism when you see little mixed children versus when you see just regular, unambiguous black children. A lot of these colorist black men have mothers that are also colorists. They mothers that set up and refer to them
Oh, wait a minute. So, dang, the same video, you think she's an advocate, but she's actually calling us colorists. Okay.
as black A. They didn't heard their mama talk about hair types. Oh, that's good hair. That's bad hair. Oh, you know she got that good hair. They done heard you sit up
I've heard women say that. Um, and not my mother because I don't have any sisters from her. Um, but it is a there. And as I stated before, it's actually them that think that mixed women and children are prettier. Not necessarily the men, but of course in the South, Um, yeah.
and talk about I'm not dark skinned. I'm brown skinned. I'm light skinned. They done heard the back and forth arguments of y'all fighting for y'all life when it comes to the complexion war amongst black people. Right. So you just as colorist as y'all sons be. Right. And that's where they be getting it from. Everybody's
I would
single
say more.
because most people think that they better than their options. Because there's a man who does not want a biracial mixed woman. And I'm pretty sure the woman who made this video don't want that man. So the same way you will sit up and have your preference on the man that you want is the same way that the man that you want has a preference. And y'all are only mad at preferences when you can't meet them. Going back to the original point, I know that a lot of black men are obsessed with mixed and biracial women, but that don't make me feel no type of way because I know what my preference is. And if I'm allowed to have my preference on the type of men that I like, then those men are allowed to have their preference on liking biracial and mixed women. Y'all projecting so bad in that comment section that logic is just went all the way out the window. Look around. There's a bunch of baby mamas that's biracial and mixed. The men ain't marrying them girls either. They leaving them to be single mothers and not taking care of the children that they having with those women too. All right, those women are not
Okay, so definitely not an advocate because she's, she's spreading the stereotype of these Johnny Appleseed niggas.
getting better results out of most men. All right, sorry, sorry. This is you just projecting because you're jealous of those women. All right, for whatever reason, I don't know, complexion, hair, I don't know what it is, but you're jealous because they not getting treated no better as a collective.
I'm gonna tell you why we're all single, because it's not enough mixed bitches to go around for everybody.
Okay.
That's exactly why we're all single.
So basically, this is a logically bitter women pointing out illogically bitter women, all of whom hate men. All right. I'm going to because somebody brought it up, and I want to show y'all exactly what I mean when I say woman with HIV having a child. See if I could find her. But yeah, when I first seen her story, is this her? Yeah, I think this is her. Okay, and I'll just show you her page. Y'all could look at it. It's either her or another chick that look like her, but I think it's her. Which means that it's two of them that's like this. So she got AIDS and she found a dude to marry her and impregnate her, meaning a non-AIDS dude, meaning that he was hitting it raw. He was digging deep in HIV. And I was like, wow. And I know I shouldn't use those two you know, mishaps interchangeably. That's something I work on. But yeah, happily this is her daughter because I remember seeing this a while ago. So it would make sense that the daughter is a toddler now, um, who don't have it, due to miracle of patriarchal drugs. The daughter don't have it. And I don't even think the husband has it. Is she a baddie? Yeah. Can she get it? No. And trust me, I make certain concessions for women I'm attracted to. This is not one of them. I am not going to risk myself um hoping that the drugs are going to save me, or hoping that a condom is going to save me. I can't just go inside knowing that the only thing that protects my life is a thin piece of latex. I can't knowingly do that. Now, what I do and have done unknowingly is what I do and have done unknowingly. But I can't just knowingly do that. I can't. I value my life too much. So this is so yeah. So now to all you single women out there who are complaining that they can't find a man, There are AIDS bitches. Okay, so this is her because you can see by the red bar that I seen the video. And I actually clicked this video because I want to see what her husband. This was 2 years ago. So I want to see what her husband looked like, and apparently that's where he is, and that's her. And he's a regular looking dude. He's not like um, so significantly less handsome than she is pretty that you know, like this is probably the prettiest woman he could get, and the only downfall is that she got AIDS. Oh crap.
Someone, some way, somehow was going to use that against me. And once I found out that I was pregnant, I realized that I had to do this not just for myself, but for my daughter.
Somebody said something. I gotta respond to this. Uh, Game Changer, didn't you say you don't like wearing condoms? I wear condoms all the damn time, except when receiving head. So people talk, and I don't know what it is with niggas, but y'all like to be like, yeah, you carry penicillin, you keep penicillin in your medicine cabinet. You damn right I do. And this is because I don't want to wait if my dick is burning. I know what the doctor is gonna say. And I got a feeling that my doctor is sexy as hell underneath the face mask. So I don't even want to bring this shit to her. So yes, I do keep it with me because when you burn in, you don't want to have to go to the thing just to get a blood / urine test just for them to tell them what you already know, and that is your shit burning. It's just so you could wait longer, and that's more pisses. That's more pisses you got to take just to get the medicine to take it and wait. No, the first burning piss, I pop my pills, and I still got like 16 of them left. So yeah, and people think because of shit like that, that I don't wear condoms. No, I don't wear condoms getting head. I don't wear condoms getting head, but when I put it in the vagina, I use condoms 100% of the time. It's not that I like it. It's like, but I don't like getting AIDS, and you can't get AIDS from head. You get all kind of other shit. You get burned, but you know what am I gonna do? But this dude, he just like she's light skinned, with AIDS. So yeah, she's So when I said this earlier, don't think I was making it up. Don't think I was making it up. Brothers are thirsty. Brothers are thirsty because of the beauty deficit and the cooperation deficit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If they find a beautiful, cooperative women, they're willing to overlook certain things, and we all are. Some guys are willing to look over a kid or two. This guy is willing to look over AIDS. Oh, holy crap! Look at this. It's the whole.
If you or someone you know just got diagnosed with HIV, keep watching because I'm going to explain
Okay, I don't need to know, but I will say that from like what I was seeing in the thumbnail, it was like a lot of pills. It was a lot of pills. It was like a lot of fucking pills that they gotta take. Nobody, I don't. There's a lot of shit I don't like dealing with women and their shit. Um, I don't like tampons. I don't like to see the shit. I don't like those little plastic things that be in the bathroom garbage can, we that's part of their whole tampon anatomy. I don't like seeing that. I don't like to see the wrappers inside the toilet. I don't like some of you be having like little glue droplets and shit that be on my sink. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. Um some of y'all be having diva cup. Really, I just don't like period related shit. But I deal with it no matter how disgusting it is to me cuz I like pussy. Um yeah, your hair care kits. I haven't really messed with a chick with like medication. Oh, some of y'all be having like um all kind of fucking abrasive chemicals and shit for acne. And some of y'all be getting makeup and shit on my sink. Really? All the shit y'all do in the bathroom, which is why I'm glad I got two bathrooms. All the shit that y'all do in the bathrooms is just is a turnoff. I'm not gonna say it's disgusting, but it's a turnoff. Okay. So let's talk about that for a second. Do I think Austin is at risk of getting AIDS in Africa? Game changer? No. No. I think that when AIDS first became a thing, and I was alive for that, um, you know that you're of an age when you played AIDS tag when you were a kid. Not proud of it, but I was very young, and young people, get bits and pieces of information that adults talk about, and and then we and somehow that leads to AIDS tag. Nevertheless, I do remember that at that time there was a strong association between that particular disease and Africa, perhaps because they had a higher concentration of it at that time, um, and perhaps it's because they had less of a defense against it, for both economic and cultural reasons. Condoms are expensive to a person that makes $1 a day. So, who knows? But I do know that that was 40 fucking years ago. So, I'm not really gonna hold that to them now. Um, would I be in Africa raw dogging it? No, but I wouldn't be anywhere raw dogging it because I just don't get down like that except in the mouth. So yeah, that's how it is. You said you were a huge freak who frequent sex clubs. When was the last time you got tested? The last time I got tested was in March, so I'm about due. Um, like I say, my doctor is attractive, so at least the part of her face that I see. But no, I get tested. I get tested. I mean, and frequenting sex clubs don't mean that I am vulnerable to AIDS. I use condoms. And furthermore, I'm really more of a voyeur and exhibitionist. So I can go to these places, and I wouldn't even say I frequent them, but I can go to these places or events and enjoy myself simply by watching or being watched. So um, yeah. But I mean, being a freak of any type does not mean that I'm irresponsible. I use condoms all the time. I mean, it's good that you inquire about that, but yeah, I do. I mean, except with head, I use condoms. Um, dude is the what would you do for the pussy champion? Yeah, that is a lot. I mean, don't I mean it's not like if I seen her on the street I wouldn't holler. But if she told me she had that, if she told me she had that, um, I'm like, oh, no, thank you. I actually had to say that once. And I was upset because she was really nice. It was sad because she was really nice. And I told her that we could be friends, but we wasn't even that. And it's because I favor myself to be a decent human being, but I don't want to just kick it with a dying person. I want to just live my life too. And I don't want to have a dying friend. So even though I said that, I just didn't even want to like make a dying friend. And keep in mind, this was when she's probably alive now. This is probably like 15 years ago. She's probably alive now. And at the time, I wasn't aware of all the stuff that keeps them alive. Like Magic Johnson's been alive forever, and he still is. Um, so I didn't know, and but quite frankly, I just would rather not have that in my life. As much of an asshole as that make me sound. But I had seen her picture. This was before Photoshop and catfishing and stuff was commonplace, and this was during a time where I actually did online date, but not directly. Like I'd have a MySpace account, and if I seen something I like on MySpace, I would strike up a conversation. Back before women's inboxes got so saturated that they couldn't respond to everybody. This is back when they responded, and we struck up a dialogue. We exchanged numbers, and she was like, "Did you read my whole profile?" Now I lied and said yes, but like, I mean, I probably just read like the first couple things. But when she said that, I went on her page, and I think this was MySpace. I went on her page and went all the way down to the bottom, and and surely enough, she said that I don't know if it was HIV or AIDS, but she had it. She had some shit I'd rather not get, and I was like, oh, you know. I'm not an asshole enough to where I just click the phone when that happens. So we talked for a little bit. She was telling me, that she is below detection, and I had no idea what that meant. And now that I know what it means, um I still don't give a shit. I don't care how fine a woman is, she can't present a pussy to me and say it's below detection and have me still fuck it. Yeah. So anyway, she said that, and I'm like, listen, there isn't a situation, and she was just offering it up, like, she was like, well, you got condoms, right? I'm like, listen, and she was talking about how lonely it was because not only did she lose suitors, she lose access to her she lose access to men who want to fuck her, which is a large amount of attention that women get, and company. She also lose access to friends. Friends start slowly just walking away, kind of like when you're in prison. You get a bunch of letters when you first get there, and then it just slowly goes down, and people move on with their lives. So she was just talking to me about the loneliness of it, and um, I have to say, and this is the cold part, and I'm remembering this conversation vividly, but this is the cold part about what happened, and about her, and that is I really liked her personality, and I don't really say that too often about many women. And what I liked about her personality is she was telling me about how lonely she was, how torturous it is, how she never experienced this type of loneliness before. She just kept harping on that, but she still was telling the truth. And no matter what, even though that was the first and only conversation I had with her, no matter what, I got to give it to her. I got to give it to her and say, hey, thumbs up. because if you still look like your picture, you could be out there getting all the attention that you want from men who are trying to smash, or smashing dudes, left and right, you know, with or without it. You could be like, oh, I'm not detectable. So even if you take her to get a test, it won't show up on the test. So she could be out here on some devious, mischievous stuff, but she wasn't. So I gotta say I like and respect that about her. Um, but when it comes down to it, you got AIDS and I don't want to watch you die. That's my thinking. So anyway, let's see what else y'all have to say. Applicator. Yeah, I don't like seeing an applicator. A woman having an menstrual cycle offends you. Wow, it doesn't offend me. It's just nasty. It's just nasty. Call it immature or whatnot. Listen, I don't know how old you are, but keep that shit to yourself and keep all evidence of it to yourself. Yes, it is nasty, and I understand it's a natural part of the circle of life. I'm not ignorant, and I understand how biology works. That don't make it less nasty. Kind of like I don't want to see the cow that made my steak, and I don't want to see the cow that made my milk. And I don't want to see the process of a person jacking off a cow to get me milk. Or I don't want to actually, like look at what bees do to make honey. Like, so what? Yes. Yes, I understand. I understand that it's something that y'all have to go through, and it's not like I walk around like I'm a fucking child and say, "Ew, you have a period." It's like, no, I would just as soon rather not see that shit. Who's the woman? Yeah, I like the way she looks. Yeah, I mean, and she's a woman with HIV, and she's married to a man without it, and he had a baby, and this dude apparently he just be like raw dogging AIDS pussy every night. Um, Yeah, I actually knew a dude that did something similar. He was fucking a herpy bitch like all the damn time. Raw. Niggas is nasty. So even if you have a girlfriend, you don't go raw? Fuck no. Fuck no. That's why I ain't got no kids now. Dating online is for the desperate. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna give that a tentative yes. Um, you can also throw the lazy into that category, and I think it's more that than that. Um, but for men, I will say that it's for the over compromised men, over compromising men, and men who don't really think collectively or rationally. And oddly enough, this isn't something that I got from men. This is something that I got from women, both friends and family members, who were telling me, who are legitimately decent and attractive women, who will tell me their stories about the guys that they meet online. And one thing is consistent, even amongst the females that don't know each other. One thing that's consistent is that the guys are tragically underexperienced, especially for their age, which is typically in their 30s. They're tragically underexperienced, and they are so consumed by if they impress the women that they really don't have any desires for themselves. So, and this is, keep in mind, I haven't online dated in at least 10 years. And I don't count international. I don't count, like, when I go to another country, I set up an account and um, so I can meet some women when I'm abroad. Maybe at worst case scenario is I don't get to touch them, but they introduce me to a couple of nice venues when we do date. So it's like, okay, now I know that this is a good restaurant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or they show me around a bit. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is we really have a good time and it's a very nice vacation and she gets a stove. Like, that's so I don't count that. But on a domestic level, I have not online dated in over 10 years. In fact, I think it was like the Obama administration was like the last time I did it. And it has changed significantly from the stories that I heard from women, which makes a lot of sense considering what online dating has morphed into over time. And this is what I've come to conclude about what online dating has morphed into. So first you have, and this nightclubs go through the same cycle. First, you have a group of both men and women who are legitimately looking for relationships on equal terms, meaning that you find a man who wants marriage and a woman who wants marriage, and they find each other. Or you have a man that's looking to date or a girlfriend, and a woman who's looking for a boyfriend, and they find each other. That's the initial stage. The second stage comes when men discover it and it becomes a hookup app. It becomes a hookup app, and the men are looking for pussy and the women are still looking for relationships, so the men are trying to finagle pussy out of relationship minded women. That's the second stage. The third stage is the women who are looking for a relationship leave because they're sick of the men who are just looking for pussy. That's the third stage. And then the fourth stage, and this is what I've recently come to realize, is that the women who are left are the women who are coming knowing that it's a hookup app. Once a app has a reputation of being a hookup app and women still go to it, there is something severely wrong with those women. And it's not that they're looking for a hookup. A woman don't need an app to find a hookup. She needs a pussy to find one. So, what are they actually looking for? Why are you on a hookup app is the question. And the thing that they're looking for, and this is when I stopped, is attention. So right now we're in this stage where like a good 98% of the women on these apps are looking for attention and validation. So what happens on the men's side? Well, you have two categories of men on these apps now, because it takes a special type to go to a place where women are looking for attention and continue to go. You have the men who are still trying to hook up on these hookup apps, even though it's futile. And then you have the men who are looking for relationships on an app full of women who are looking for attention, meaning that you're willing to give attention to thousands of women, hoping that you can find a relationship with one. And what happens, and this is what my friends and family members are experiencing, is when they find these guys, they are overzealous to try to make it work. And they're unexperienced because there are a few women on these apps that are, that they have to choose from. So, I wouldn't call them desperate. They probably have just a poor sense of mating strategy and collective thinking, but I wouldn't call them desperate. Maybe they are, but I don't think that by and large that's what's driving them. All right. Below detection special. Yeah. Sexually I've done some shit and I say stuff afterwards like, I wish I hadn't have done that. Um AIDS fucking is not one of them. I told y'all the breast milk story. That shit was nasty. Yeah, I agree. I respected her for and so I don't know if you wrote this before or after I was saying this, but yeah, I give her all the respect in the world, because I'm pretty sure it is a lonely existence. Um, and that could be easily avoided by lying. So I do respect her honesty for that. The man that infected her did not give her that courtesy. She tells a story, and I'm not talking about the one I dated, of course, but or excuse me, met online or talked to online. But the one here, look at her page because she tells a story of how she got it. Her name is Bianca uh, Carolina. She was definitely light skinned. Who you talking about? The one that I talked to? No, she was brown. If you're talking to the one on the thing, she is. Yeah. Yeah, I'll disregard that. Then you don't like women. Holy shit. Is this the period thing? Listen, okay, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I was telling these China girls. Not China girls. I think they were Vietnamese. The same thing I was telling these Oriental girls when I was in high school. Um, so I went to a high school in Oakland, and there was a lot of Orientals there, like first generation immigrants and stuff. And every now and again, I kick it with them, on some cross cultural stuff. Um, and um, I was with a group of girls, me and a friend. Um, and keep in mind, being black at that time, we knew very little about their culture. We knew about Chinese New Year, but it took us a while to even understand, even though so many of them at my high school, that they weren't one people, that they were actually a collection of different people with unique cultures that look the same to us, but they are wildly different to each other. But in addition to that, I was playing a card game with them, and I think it was called Tonk or Benet. And I was just like, hey, this is a lot of fun. I really like this card game. Right? If you ask me today, I wouldn't know how to play it. I would not know how to play it. Um, and I'm playing it, and they said something to each other in their language, and it was a god awful language. It was a god awful language. Some languages just sound like crap to my ears, and that's one of them, whatever it was they were speaking. And so I make fun because I'm a funny dude and I have been my whole life. So I say stuff like, stop talk, you annoy. And they get pissed. They like, uh what, you don't like the way we talk, you don't like our language? I like, no, I don't like your language. What the hell? And she said, how can you like our card games and not like our language. And I'm like, those are two completely different things. Now back to this comment. I like women. I don't like the fact that their vagina bleeds monthly and all the nasty shit that goes around that. But yes, I like women. What in the fuck? You don't have to like 100% of something to like a thing. So let's just say they Vietnamese, right? And once again, I don't really remember what type of Oriental they were, but let's just say that they're Vietnamese. I like your food. I think many of your women are cute and borderline pretty. I like the resilience of your men for winning the war. I like your history, and I like your card games. That don't mean I have to like everything. So yes, I love women, but that don't mean I have to like their fucking period blood. Fuck is wrong with you? Why would you even think that? No kids equal very smart move. I paid almost $100. Ooh, dang, or $300,000. Um, damn, damn. Sorry to hear that, brother. Don't ever fuck any chick raw. Yeah, I don't. I don't. It's not that I don't like raw pussy, because I like raw head, but I don't want to have AIDS. It's as simple as that. Or kids and paying 300K and shit. Most women actually enjoy giving head to men they actually like. Whenever a woman sees an attractive man, her first thought is, how can she serve him? Okay, I don't know why you brought that. What was that in response to? Oh, I missed a comment. All right, let's see. Um, oh no, no, I didn't miss a comment. I thought she was saying, yeah. Did she say something about head? Oh, yeah, she did. My bad. Then you don't like women. Most women don't like giving head because I didn't read the whole thing because I just got caught up in the you don't like women. I thought you were talking about the period shit. Okay, let's see. Most women don't like giving head because it's nasty. Do you care? Not really. Not really. As long as you continue to do it, um, it's not that I don't care whether you like it or not, but I can still come whether you like sucking my dick or not. In the instances that I can come from head. So yeah, kind of like if you hire somebody to scrub your toilet, you don't really care if they like scrubbing toilets or not. You just like having your toilet scrubbed. So yeah, I mean that's just I mean babies are cute, but I don't like changing diapers. I don't. What the hell? Don't ever fuck any chick. Yeah, okay, I read that one. Let's see. Relationship women get sick of being pumped and dumped, or they get sick of the attempts. But either way, they're not going to go to a place where there's a high concentration of pump and dumpers consistently if they're smart women. They're not going to go to a hookup app if they're not looking for hookups. That's just common sense. So the women that you'll find there are women that lack that. in my opinion, and this is just from what I've seen, from what women tell me. I haven't done it in a very long time. I think it's because dating apps aren't advertised to women as hookup apps. No, no, but that's what they've become. So they think they have a good chance of finding love. Um, I don't doubt, and this is why I say 90% or 98%, something like that. I don't doubt that there is a population of women who legitimately go there looking for love. I do think that those women get overwhelmed by men. Let's start there. And these are the ones, like I was telling you, like my friends and family members. These are the ones who find the guys lacking in experience and just subpar, to say the least. And not that these women are on some 666 shit, but really, their dating skills need work. And I'm talking about the men here. Their dating skills need work, and it's not their fault that it does. I mean, it's they get very few dates because of the way the apps are. Most what? I lost the context of that. Um, okay, so I'm not gonna say which school I went to. There's six. There's a total of six um, in Oakland, unless they made more. I'm not gonna say which one because then y'all gonna start piecing together ages, and next thing you know, my high school yearbook picture will be online. So fuck it. Um, not gonna make it easy for you fucking stalkers. All right, it says if you disagree with women these days, they say you don't like women. I know it's weird. It's very weird because like I don't like right now my favorite streaming app is Apple TV. Um, I don't like every show that they have. So, I mean, that doesn't mean I don't like Apple TV or TV, period. Like, I don't like every show that comes on TV, but that doesn't mean I don't like TV. You ain't shit for that statement. What statement? I say a lot of statements, and I know it ain't shit. What are you talking about? You gotta, cause like I read the stuff later than when you write it, so you gotta like give me the context of what you were saying. Like, yeah, I'm not shit for a lot of things that I say. Women not liking giving head has nothing to do with the happiness. Stop it. LOL. She's cap. Um, maybe. I don't know if it's cap or not. I mean, the shit's downright disgusting to me, which is why I never gave head to a man, and I reluctantly do it to women, like reluctantly. Okay, so let's talk about that. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't like doing that shit either. I do not like fellatio. Fellatio. No, I don't like congolingus. I love receiving fellatio. I don't like congolingus. I don't. And I make it very clear that I don't like doing it, which means that each and every single woman oh, and I'm terrible at it too, but each and every single woman that I have done that with know that I don't like it and they want it anyway. I do not make that a secret. I do not like doing that shit. And it's not that I even think that it's nasty. It's just that it's a sexual act that is not stimulating me. I'm a very selfish person when it comes to sexual pleasure. Um, and I don't want to just be putting in work in a way that's not stimulating my penis sexually. Yeah, women are not trying to find it. That's what I said. Like 98% are there for attention. So why are you just there giving them attention? Like just like if a woman has come to the conclusion that 98% of the men are looking for sex, then why would you still go if you're not looking for that? Like, I'm not looking to give women attention with no reward to myself, so I don't go. The men who do go, well, I'm not even going to get into that, but I wouldn't recommend it for men at all. I wouldn't recommend it for anybody, but I have a mostly male audience. Women want to spend their prime years going after guys they want, then settle down in their 30s claiming they don't really like sex. Hmm. If men keep their D, I'm not going to try to figure out what that means. No, I think I'll give Dana one more and then I'm going to move on. All right, let's see. Which one do I pick? Okay, you don't deserve a woman like me. I'm curious. Okay.
People who just have lived any kind of way, they've just lived any type of life. Their life is a mess. It ain't nothing but a bunch of drama and chaos that they brought upon themselves. They've been just living life just recklessly, right? These be the main people for some odd, strange reason. They like to approach people who have lived their lives intentionally and can't for the life of them understand why a person who lived their life intentionally wouldn't want nothing to do with you. Why exactly would I invite chaos and drama into my life? Right? You've just been out here doing anything, living life like you got a restart button, right? Living life a la carte, having babies with this person, that person. And for some strange reason, you would think that you're a candidate to deal with a woman like me who has lived an intentional life where I've made good decisions. Meanwhile, you just been doing whatever. But in your sick mind, you think that you should be able to be with a woman like me. No, right? I didn't live my life and make the decisions that I made in mine to have the life that I want, to bring somebody into it who just was doing anything, living any kind of way. You deserve a woman who been living any kind of way just like you. You do not deserve women who have lived intentionally. You do not deserve women who have made good decisions with their life. You deserve women who are just like you. I think
Okay. Um I see what she's getting at. Basically, and I'm going to just replace what she said about living with intention and I'm going to say future focused. There are a lot of people who don't live in a future focused way. So I'll give an example of this. Let's just take Malcolm X, formerly known as Detroit Red, and Sister Betty. By every right, she has the ability to say this. By all rights, Sister Betty would have the ability to say what she's saying. You know, you weren't living future focused. You spent a large portion of your adulthood in jail or committing acts that eventually landed you in jail. You were behaving in a way that you knew you couldn't retire from. You knew you weren't going to live a long life in doing that. Um, and let's just assume that she didn't. She lived her life in preparation for a right man who was preparing himself for that. I see the logic behind that, and I guess I can understand that. It would come down to a number of factors. Really, this is what I would recommend to women. Um, how much as has his past lifestyle affected his present growth would be one, and um, and if his change is sincere, meaning that when he was living a fast life, did he always do so with intention to settle down, and this is just part of his life's plan, which means that he's it's not a valid capitulation. It's really just him changing because it's in his benefit to change.
I think that's why I get so offended when men with kids try to talk to me because I don't understand what in your right mind make you think that you can go out here and have kids with one, two, I don't care how many women, and then think that you can come and talk to me, a woman who didn't go out here and have kids with men.
Makes sense. That's a long way of saying you don't mess with dudes that have kids. um I actually thought she was going to go a completely different direction, the direction I described, because Detroit Red didn't have kids. But I would go further to say that that goes into what I was saying about the extent of damage or how much it stunted your growth. But no, a childless woman not wanting to date a man with children is perfectly fine. I'm not going to falter for that.
Like, what about that make you think that you should be able to have a woman like me? You don't. You need a woman with kids too, and you need to leave me alone. People who just have lived.
Yeah, I agree with that. Or at least for her. I mean, under exceptional circumstances, I would date a woman with kids. I've made no secret of this. All right. So while I look for the next person that I'm going to cover, I'll read your comments. So let me just go to YouTube and see if I can find her. All right. If men keep their D, what do you mean, distance or what? So they must have been really attracted to you. Yeah. I mean, requires some physical attraction for a woman to, even if she likes sex. I mean, even women who like sex, they tend to just not suck the nearest penis to them. They go for the ones that they're physically attracted to because sex is a physical thing. So yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Okay, what you got to say? All right, exactly. You're selfish. Um, you're not a good lover. This is exactly why women are complaining about sex with you must be so boring. It's not that it's boring. Um, it's just not. It's just not for women who are focused on how much pleasure they can receive from my dick. Sex with me is really about me. The entirety of the sexual act is about my pleasure. Now, to a woman who gets pleasure off of pleasing, and believe it or not, more than half of women are like this. I don't know what you are like, but there is, uh, like I say, more than half. There is a non-insignificant amount of women who would prefer to receive or excuse me, to give pleasure than to receive it. In fact, the very act of sex itself is one where women are giving pleasure to men as opposed to receiving it for themselves. Those women, those women are more my type. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't stress the importance of that enough. Whenever a woman says that she's a giver, and many women naturally are, but are socially conditioned to not be that way, then that turns me on. Because you're right, you are a giver. And you could give me a sandwich and you could give me some head. And I graciously receive it. And the pleasure you receive comes from the pleasure of knowing that you have adequately given me. Absolutely. I'm a strong advocate of that. And don't pretend like at some point in your life you haven't felt that way. Or you probably feel that way now. But you just feel uncomfortable admitting that to yourself because it sounds one-sided. Or because you fear giving yourself to a man who properly appreciates what you give. Nevertheless, you do have a biological imperative to give me pleasure. And you know it. Let's not be obtuse here. I only get with women who are attracted to me. Most women, you only can get with women that are attracted to. What the hell? All right, I only get with women who are attracted to me. Most women want to give head to men. Yeah. Why do women act like they aren't as nasty as men? Well, whether they are or not is really irrelevant because it all goes into how the genders hunt for what they're attracted to. Some animals in the animal kingdoms like to trap their prey, and others like to hunt their prey. Men are sexual hunters, women are sexual trappers. Because hunting is a more aggressive act than, where trapping is more methodical, when the two collide, it's going to appear that men want it or desire it more, and maybe they do, because of the way that they pursue it. And really, we want it more because, as I stated, sex is an act where pleasure is given to me and not received from me. So, of course, I'm going to want it more. All right. Um, when women really want someone, they will show out. Okay. Well, men show out whether they really want someone or not, which means that it it would suggest that it's not equal desire. All right. If men keep their D clean and have a healthy lifestyle, there's no risk for women giving head. Um, okay. Uh, I mean, do I think it's nasty? Yes, but I'm heterosexual. Um, actually, my friend told me he had an argument with his wife, and she said something along the lines of, and I hope to never marry a woman who say shit like this. Then I know I fucked up. And I'm trying to quote it as near as possible. So this is not a direct quote, but it's a very close to direct quote. Bitch nigga, I can make you eat your own cum. When he told me that she said that shit, I was like, what the fuck? That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Just the thought of that. Is nasty as fuck. So yes, as a heterosexual man, it is a nasty thing. So I don't really know or give it much thought on how the women are. I'm tired of this squirrel. Okay. This lady is merely sifting men looking for one bite. Probably, yeah. King picks red pill ideology says women should give their last kidney just because she likes you. Um, it doesn't work like that in reality. Well, I don't really think that it's red pill ideology that would dictate that. Um, and nor would I want my woman, my wife, or anything to give her last kidney to me. I would, however, want the mother of my children to be willing to give her last kidney to said children, as I would be willing to do. And it's as simple as that. Now, if I met a woman who was willing to give me her last kidney, and and I know myself well enough to know that I would never take it, I would take comfort in the fact that she would likely show that same willingness to our children, provided that I don't have a compatible kidney. She's using her content to take applications. Probably. Probably. Being a content creator isn't a terrible way to meet somebody. I mean, it's better than, online profile. Does she have the same smoke for women with kids seeking men without? Maybe, maybe. She does go back and forth. What is this? Well, Ray, you have my email, and actually you have my number too. Send it to one of those things. So I can't click. I can't click the link here. All right. I have experienced true intimacy, so I would never expect that. Okay. Men who don't focus on pleasing their partner never really experience wet pussy. Yes, yes, I have. And once again, it's the wet pussy of a woman who moistens herself, knowing that that gives me greater pleasure. Now, I'm going to talk about what you say. I have experienced true intimacy. And what you're talking about is the psychological feeling of being of having sex with someone. But when I talk about the pleasure, I'm talking about the physical pleasure. You see, you can have true intimacy with a person who is not really fucking you in a pleasing manner, but because of the way you feel about said person, you still feel the true intimacy that's going on down there. And that's what I mean when I say it's psychological for you. And I actually agree with what you're saying. Don't think I'm going against what you're saying. You know, um, I think that women do have sex for emotional and psychological fulfillment. And if she don't feel that way and she's looking for physical fulfillment from me, then chances are she's not going to get it. I'm more sexually compatible with you than I am with a woman who's just looking for a good dick down, because she's not looking for intimacy. She's looking for a good dick down. That's like, well, shit, you may or may not get that from me, but I tell you what, I'm going to try to come before you do. She's using a sapphire to get a man to bite. A sap. a sapphire? A sapphire? What's that? All right. Is that like a fishing term? In your dreams. This chick types a lot of ridiculous comments. Well, I mean, she reinforced my point with the last one. All right. Women don't like simps or men who make women the main point of their lives. Women have thousands of men in their DMs, but she probably wants the guy who isn't interested in her. That's a paradox. Based on her comments, we can tell she's mad that men aren't walking up. Men are waking up, excuse me. Um, she's lying to attempt to keep men asleep. Okay. What the fuck is she talking about? No, I'm talking about sexual intimacy. No, no, I know that you're talking about sexual intimacy. What I'm saying is sexual intimacy is different than like sex itself. It's a subset of sex itself. Sexual intimacy isn't something that you get from fucking. Now, there are certain situations where a woman is experiencing sexual intimacy while a man is fucking. But yes, if you are a woman who is psychologically prone to pleasing a man, as I have previously described, then you will receive sexual intimacy from the thought of you are pleasing someone that you have this emotional connection to. And that's okay. That's how you're built. If anything, that's a good thing. Okay. Women don't get wet because a man wants to please them. It's the other way around. Yeah, I was saying that. Exactly. Men aren't chasing women because they don't have to. Okay. Equal personality, one where she claims to hate men, but she really seeks one that will worship her or even with, let's see. Yeah, I agree with that. She wants a guy to please her for her ego. That's all. It's feminist ideology. Well, yeah, I mean, that's because they want to experience sex as a man. It goes into the Freudian penis envy thing that he talks about. Um, and if you want to experience sex as a man, I don't really enjoy having sex with men. Um, but it's not a zero sum game either. It's not like the only way I can receive pleasure is if you don't. But understand that if you are truly sexually intimate with me, then you would be focused on my pleasure. Once you derive pleasure from pleasing me, once women have learned to do that, then there is no limit to how much pleasure she can receive herself, just as there's no limit to how much pleasure she can give to me. That is a true path of happiness that modern society has coached women against. All right, so let me see if I could find this other video. Here we go. Okay, so this is another reach backer, right? And this video is entitled The Dark Side of Red Pill Content, Why It's Making Men Miserable. Okay, let's just dig into this.
How are we doing? So today I'm talking about, as you can see, the red pill. Red pill is something that
All right, let me read this before I get into this because, man, I can't relate to wanting to have sex without intimacy. That's an oxymoron to me. Sex is intimacy. That's because you're not a man. I don't expect you to relate to that any more than, I can relate to bleeding once a month. I don't expect you to understand that. It do worry me that you have no understanding whatsoever of it because what it tells me is that you've never been in a sexually abundant relationship. You never been in a relationship with someone that you have experienced intimacy with. However, from time to time, you know, you just let him hit it real quick before he headed off somewhere or before you headed off somewhere. I can tell you in a long-term relationship, not all sexual encounters are going to be, strongly intimate. It really can't be. And that's because in a relationship, you go through, a range of emotions and feelings of intimacy with the person that you with, depending on the circumstances. That's just how relationship works. It's a sine wave. Um, in a healthy relationship, not all sexual acts are just going to be intimate. Sometimes you're just going to need an itch scratch, and sometimes he's just going to need a pipe cleaned, and you two will become okay with that because this is the person that you love. So, yeah, yeah, I don't really. This goes into the category of tragic inexperience that I was talking about earlier. Just the female side of that. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay, then okay, that doesn't make what I said not true. That doesn't make what I said not true. Um, if after 15 years you only had sex when you were feeling in an intimate mood, I'm not gonna say I feel bad for your husband, but I don't know of a way to complete the sentence. So I'll just leave it there.
you don't understand the red pill. It's about, not needing women and, like, F everything. Like, we don't care. You guys are all this, you all that. Guys, you can hate all you want. This is women's perspective of, just how to build relationships, how to even just have a healthy way of going about, life. And, in dating is not easy. So there's going to be failures, there's going to be L's. Okay, there's going to be some L's. um
Hmm.
and we're going to learn from them, right? Before anything, I don't disagree 100%.
What the red pill community is doing is really it's men learning from each other L's. That's all it is. I mean, when you get rid of, the people who are trying to convince you of a certain lifestyle, um, the red pill community at its core is learning from the ills of other men. I share my ills with you. Like, I mean, I used to online date, now I don't, and I explain why. That's sharing an ill. The story I told about the quite unfortunate but very sweet woman. It's I guess that would be considered an ill. So I mean, but you learn from the experience of others. You're exchanging notes.
percent with red pill content. This video is not really fully against red pill content. It's just I wanted to bring to light that it actually, for some men who really consume it at a worshiping type of level, it can really ruin a lot for you. And here's why. So, a lot of men don't realize it yet that consume this type of content heavily. The red pill advice you're consuming is probably the reason why you're feeling lonely. And you're going to say, I'm not lonely, I'm not lonely. But guys, if you're like, no, I'm not even going to argue, you are lonely.
Okay, let's go with this for a second. And once again, like many women, they confuse being alone with lonely. But let's go with this for a second, right? Um, if you're feeling lonely, the reason you're feeling lonely is because you're alone and you feel, the negative emotions that's tied to that. You're alone when you would rather not be alone. So for her to say the red pill content is the reason why you're feeling alone, that doesn't really make sense because you would feel alone whether you're listening to red pill content or not. And furthermore, it's almost a contradiction because if a person is um, listening to red pill because they feel alone and they feel less alone while listening to it, then it's not the reason that they feel alone. Okay, it would be the equivalent to me saying that the reason that a cat lady feels alone is because she bought a cat. But it's like, no, she felt that way prior to buying a cat. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I'm talking about the men who actually have a lot of frustration in them towards women.
Mhm.
I get it. Being single, can need time to without anybody.
Okay. Um, because of a man's sex drive, women are more comfortable being single than men. Um, and part of red pill, at least the part that I deal in, is understanding that. Um, yeah, yeah, understanding that. And so with that understanding, and this is what she's going to try to subtly apply because as Kevin Murray was saying, she's pretty and light skinned. Women like this like to come on stuff like come on platforms and not directly say, but subtly imply that if you don't listen to or watch red pill content, then she might suck your dick. Okay, because listen at the title. Listen at the title. The dark side of red pill content. Why it's making men miserable. So let me tell you something. I'm talking to her specifically. Provided you don't have AIDS, the real thing that is making me miserable is you not sucking my dick right now. If you were truly concerned about the loneliness of men, about the misery of men, then suck more dick. Suck it. Each and every single man that is not getting his dick sucked by you is miserable. If you are really concerned about that, then what are you doing?
Dedicated to those who are frustrated to the max, are full of hate and don't realize it. They mask it with no guys are this and that, guys. Pipe down, pipe down, pipe down. Okay, so the red pill advice. So I'm looking over here because I have some notes, guys. Sorry. The red pill advice you're consuming is the reason you feel lonelier. Rated
Nope. I feel more frustrated because you're not sucking my dick. Shut the fuck up.
and more disconnected from women than ever. Because
I feel my dick disconnected from your mouth. You see this? The solution to the problem is not listening to red pill. The solution to the problem is you sucking my dick. Holy crap. Y'all just want to bully women into sucking your dick. Define bullying, because what you are insinuating is grotesquely close to grape. You see, here's the thing. Um, I challenge anybody with this type of belief system. Okay, I'm going to give an analogy, and I want you to understand this. Um, who had like a lot of layoffs? I think UPS recently laid off people, right? And then what if UPS, the CEO of UPS, were to say, hey, the reason that you are broke is because you are listening to economists talk about how bad the job market is. No, the reason that they broke is because you laid them off. If you hire them, hire them and they will not be broke. Now, someone like you would come along and say, you're trying to bully money out of UPS. No, no, it's not like that. The reason why men is single, which is what she translated as misery, is because of the same reason that she's single. And that's because she refused to get in relationships. When a man is laid up with me, he experiences all of my mind, body, and soul. Listen, and that's the problem. You was married for 15 years. We don't have time to wait for your mind, body, and soul to be in synchronicity for me to nut. Like, what the fuck? Sometimes your mind isn't in the right place, but I'm gonna need you to fuck anyway. And sometimes your soul isn't in the right place, but I'm gonna need you to fuck anyway. And sometimes, your body isn't in the right place, and I'm gonna need you to change positions and fuck anyway. I just want. Oh, okay. I already read that. All right. Let's see. So you don't give your man blowjobs? Yeah, yeah. No, seriously, the '90s were awesome, partly because black women started to suck more dick. No, they didn't. Fuck '90s you lived in. They fucked, yeah, they fucked out of control. Can't stand chicks like her. Amazon, so same thing. Like Amazon talking about, the reason why you're broke is because, the reason why you can't afford to buy stuff from Amazon is because you listen to people talk about the economy. No, the reason why we can't is because you're firing everybody.
Honestly, a lot of these guys that consume the red pill content, to like initially, I would say that most of these men that consume this heavily are chronically online. Like they're not really getting real life experiences. And it's not to shame them because I know it's hard out there, to like shoot your shot and there's a lot of pressure on men. So I get it. But I'm
You don't get it. You don't get it. Like, I know that it's hard out there and blah 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 blah. Are you doing anything to make it less hard? You want to know what you could do to make it less hard is sucking my dick. What the fuck? Once again, that's like Amazon. Yeah, I know the job market is hard out there. Well, you could start hiring people. Like, yeah, the job market is really hard out there. So I understand that you can hire people. Yeah, but I just want to say that we at Amazon, we understand the difficulties of the modern. Are you gonna hire? Hire or shut the fuck up.
saying is consume it wisely. Consume things on the internet wisely because it can actually be negative. It can have some negative effects on you. Even though on the spot you feel empowered, you feel like, oh yeah, this is I people online are trying to make money. So they're gonna, use your misery to try to get the most money because misery likes company. And I've made a lot of videos on my channel about this, but nobody wants to hear it because
She's projecting. She's projecting. She's basically saying content creators are trying to profit off of your misery while she's trying to profit off of your misery. Trying to get you, because she's a relationship coach. Her whole thing is to, how to get women like me to suck your dick. Now, I don't suck dick, but, I'm going to get you. Shut the fuck up.
I'm the messenger. Look at me. I'm a woman talking to men. So disqualified, right? So honestly, I feel for you for these men, honestly.
Then
You're not doing
suck
anything
their
wrong.
dick. Suck their dick.
Okay? Because there are some women too that are kind of like, you know what? F all men. Men are all the same. There's an equivalent to this for women. Okay? And it's for sure a woman who's been hurt. So it's a man who's been hurt too that will consume this type of content so heavily. And there are phases, it's good, honestly, I've consumed some content when I was going through heartbreaks and I was just like, yeah, 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 yeah. But then, you got to take it with a grain of salt. You cannot just build up anger in you, hate, because it will be negative. Honestly, this is personal, but lately, okay, I've been seeing that the red pill content, and maybe just not, maybe it has been like this for a while. I don't really watch a lot of it, but from what I've seen, okay, this type of content is designed to
Okay. Um, y'all haven't sent me shit. This isn't about the money. I damn sure don't benefit from you being angry. Once again, this is just talking about the L's and really helping men to avoid it. Like so when the passport bros tell you that you're going to find happiness in other places in the world, is that making men angry? Is that making men more angry? Get the fuck out of here.
It doesn't even actually focus on like self-love, because I know men, the alpha male, like, you don't need love, you're so strong. Very performative. So you're spending time trying to become a robot. Okay, shut off emotion, shut off this, shut off that, focus on this, that. So basically, this is a trap. So red pill creators don't actually teach you how to build a healthy relationship. And I don't mean
This is true. This is true. It does teach you how to avoid unhealthy relationships. I mean, nothing is 100% guaranteed, but it does help to teach you how to avoid unhealthy relationships. But no, it doesn't teach you how to build a healthy relationship. Nor do you. Not successfully. All you can do is teach men, and this is what you're doing now, teach men to try to get women who are not interested to be interested.
and like it's not like I'm telling you that's what you're expecting watching it, because I know that's not what you're expecting. It's not like, oh, let me see how I can build a healthy relationship, you know. I know that that's not the point, okay? But all I'm saying is it is not teaching you. And that's that's something very important to have as a human. You need to know how to build healthy relationships. Like, women cannot connect with a man who is performing masculinity. As much as you want to say, oh,
You can't connect with any man. You get your thrills from thousands of men lusting after you versus one man that you lust on. And if you connect to any one man, then you lose the thousands.
women don't know anything, though, that they don't know anything. They don't know what they want. We can sense when a guy is
Do you know what you want? Fair question, right? Do you know what you want? Because I can guarantee that what you want wants you, providing that what you want is reasonable. Put it like this: you're a relationship coach. Have you coached any man into your pussy? A- Do you give advice that's so effective that you would fuck the end result of your advice? Fair question. Fair question. You see, when you're a karate man, you know that you're a good karate man when one of your students karate you. It means that you are a better teacher than you are a fighter. And that goes with anything. Have you fucked any student?
truly in his masculine. And when you think about it, it's not that complicated to like get in touch with your masculine energy. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
I have some videos on my channel. Check it out. I'm sure there's going to be one comment down below that's, don't ask a fish to catch a fish. Ask the fisherman. Why would you answer that? Okay, let me explain.
Because women lie. because women lie. So if I had to choose between a woman and a man who is fucking that woman, I would choose the man who's fucking that woman.
This is this guy's experience or whatever he thinks women likes from his experience or maybe people around him. That does not make it true for you as a man in your experience, in your shoes. The best thing is to listen to what women actually like from a woman's perspective. This is my advice
Oh shit.
because as a
Oh shit. A woman's perspective. Here we go. I'm not even gonna go down that fucking rabbit hole.
woman, we are very in touch with our emotions. We're very in touch with, um, you know, our we're very in touch with what makes us, consuming too much red pill content honestly can actually create fear. It can actually create fear to speak to women, or just even open up and
I don't encourage fear in speaking to women. I do feel that men should do so intelligently and sparingly. I wouldn't suggest because I know that there's MGTOW and I think BGS says he's MGTOW monk, which is, his thing. But I do understand that those type of guys exist. Once again, I'm never an advocate of don't speak to women. I am an advocate of doing so sparingly. Women like this one feed off of intention and building their ego. That's why she's here with her tits out. She feeds off of that. So why feed the beast that is this bitch?
have a relationship with a woman, to even have feelings for a woman. It can create fear and not confidence, to be honest. It's masked as, oh, you're going to be confident if you do this, is that, but it's actually is actually based out of fear. What do women actually want? And every woman is different, of course. But if I'm talking about this subject, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, I'm not the only woman, and even men are like, what is going on with the red pill alpha male content
You
online?
you
A
you
lot of women
proposed a question and you didn't really. So you proposed a question. What do women want? You tell us. You're a woman. You tell us what you want.
like, if your interest is to actually get a good woman one day, or just to, like, not get
I don't think that the men who come here come because they are looking for advice on how to get a good woman.
played by a woman, or just have a relationship one day with a woman. If and only if this is your point, if and only if this is your goal, honestly, I would say step back from this type of content. It's good to, if it's entertaining, it's entertaining, but you need to have a mind of your own. You need to have some real life experiences, to be honest. And women don't want a
So give them real life experiences.
man who is completely cold, robotic.
Okay, she's saying that what women want, or she's saying what women don't want. You're not saying what women do want.
Emotionally unavailable. I'm not saying to be obsessed with any woman you're interested in, because
Okay, don't do this. Don't do this. What do you do? See, here's the thing. She can't even make up a fake answer. Here's why she can't make up a fake answer. Because any answer she gives, it would come to, it would come down to, why aren't you sucking that dick? Once again, any answer she gives to that question, what do women want? Oh, well, we just want a man that's kind and caring and loves children and love his mama. And well, why aren't you sucking the dick of a man with sensitivity? Why aren't you why You see, she knows that any man that she says women want, she do not have. And those men are not only in abundance in society, but those men are in abundance in her DMs. And the true answer is what women like her want is to be wanted by men. That is it, which is something that individual men can't provide. Now, and that's if she says something basic. If she says something elaborate, like, he has to be 6'5" or taller, and he has to, he has to own his own private jet, not a person who rents a private jet. He has to be the owner of that jet, and a large shareholders in the airport that supports this private jet. Then people will understand that, okay, it's completely irrational, and they're going to turn back to the red pill and not even listen to her advice.
That can be a turn off too. But there are two extremes, okay, that are both turn off. So the extreme where you're too obsessed, you're too, your whole life is this woman, and the other extent is this, where you're just robotic, you're just like performative, you're trying too hard to be.
Okay, everybody knows that there's extremes on each end without this is just a way of saying I don't know. Like if you say to somebody, so where do you want to go for dinner? And they say, I don't know, but I want to go to a place that's too spicy, and I don't want to get anything too sweet either. Bitch, what do you want to eat? I don't want something that's too filling, but I don't want anything too light either. Bitch, if you don't just say some food,
Masculine, trying too hard to be nonchalant, trying too hard to not care, you're not going to be able to connect with anyone like that. And I know a lot of people won't care. Not a lot of men at this point, they've reached a point that they do not care. And for me, I'm just yapping, and that's okay. I understand you're at this point in your life, and who am I to tell you what to do? But I'm just here asking you to hear me out. But in the end, guys, women are not the enemy.
you're saying that women are the enemy.
You have to realize that women are not the enemy, and not all women are the same. I know what you guys are seeing online is like, oh, women do this, women do that, or whoever they have on their podcast or whatever. What type of women do they invite? Because they know it's the type of women that's going to get attention, and it does not necessarily represent all women. But that's a conversation for.
Okay, so yeah, somebody said pretty bitch babble. Yeah. All right. Let's read some comments. This is me. Oh wait, you can't see it. This is me saying I will do a red pill response to this. And here I am. Okay. This is classic fucking double talk. Once again, I am not against the red pill message. No, but you feel that it makes men lonely and miserable. That's being against something. I'm not against Oprah, but I think that she's a fat ass, obnoxious bitch. I'm not against her though. Shut the fuck up. I never said it's about hating women. This video is the negative side of consuming too much of it. Well, you consume too much of anything, it's bad. And what I've been seeing myself in the comments, response to my videos, and just the internet in general. Take care, guys. Okay. Basically, red pill threatens your bottom line because they men are understanding the futility of relationship cultures, especially ones who are not in healthy relationships. All right. But they sell the idea and notion of it with their tits out. Like it cuts into your bottom line because this video got 2,300 views. Red pill means truth, truth that men don't want to hear, but have had to. This is why it makes them mad. Maybe the truth will do that. Well said. Truth hurts. Red pill isn't to blame for that. This is true. Well said. She gave a heart, but she didn't give a blowjob, nor did she give a response. All right. It says, in my experience, I was the most depressed when I followed red pill contenters and spent most of my time online. You're still online talking to this bitch. Okay. When I started hobbies and getting more social, I had better success in life with women. No, you don't. No, you don't. You may have like a more fulfilling life, and I do recommend that guys have hobbies and shit like that, but you didn't get better successful women at all whatsoever. I used to watch it years ago, but stopped because it most definitely have you thinking that all women are the same. No, it does not, and that's just not true. I wouldn't take everything those red pillars say seriously. Okay, you shouldn't take everything anyone says seriously. All right, I'd rather hear uncomfortable truths now than comfortable lies later. Hmm. Okay. Oh, she replied to this one. I watched it after my ex left. 20 years and she up and walked out. Okay. That is a tragic series of events. I had no idea about the red pill, completely shocked at what I found. There were so many men that had the same experience. Now I have better idea of how to act around women. There you go. It helped you in that regard. Trust me, it helped me. I was pretty bad, not in a kiss women's butt bad, but it wasn't too far away. I learned a lot about women. Been married 20 years, but I was on a plantation of women can do no evil. Hmm. Okay, he's spitting knowledge. Um, Man, I was naive, and you're less naive because you were exchanging notes here. All right. I never in a million years thought my lady would leave. She found out the grass was greener. I moved out the country. I would say now that I have built some pretty tall walls because of Red Pill and being put through the ringer by women my whole life. I don't blame women and I definitely don't hate. Too old for that. Too old for that drama. Just protecting my peace fiercely and discerning the next. That's all we want. That's all we're doing for men. He put it into perfect perspective. Okay. Um, Fiercely and decentering the next one and discerning the next one that I find. If I find. That's my story. I listen to learn, and you're very easy on the eyes. LOL. Peace and love, Kimberly. Okay. Let's see her response. Thanks for sharing. You suck. All right. As long as feminism exists, so will the red pill. Very good point. Very good point. She's not responding much to any of these comments. Oh, here's one. This is honestly one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And that she responds to. Not even in my dreams I could get a woman this beautiful. Gumps. LOL, you'll never meet her in real life, most likely, but you're over here giving her hell of compliments. I know. I know. She is here to feed her ego. She's here to feed her insatiable ego. Oh, wow. Thank you. Blushing over here. So, aren't you here to help men? Oh, I just want to help men. I want to help you. Okay. So, right here you have a man who says, not even in my dreams I could get a woman this beautiful. Um, why don't you help him? You can either help him by telling him the truth. Not even in my dreams I could get a woman this beautiful. The truth is, not even in her nightmares will she fuck you. That's the truth, but you're not even giving a pretty lie. You're not even saying something like, I have dated men who felt the same way. I have had men who have felt the same way. Just saying. Looking for the ones that she responded to. Oh, this guy. I'm down with your message, Kimberly. This gender war thing is unhealthy. Okay. Well, you should stop participating in a gender war and see if the other side stops. Um, and isn't serving anyone. Okay. I agree that it should stop. That doesn't mean that the opposition would still stop. Just like Ukraine is saying this war isn't serving anyone, that's not going to stop Russia. Men and women both have their own set of issues, but to regulate the sexes to blanket statements and theories isn't helping anybody. Yeah, granted. Life experiences are way better than regurgitating online rhetoric. Thanks for the video. Keep up the great work. So, we had, when I was in elementary school, what's called earthquake drills, fire drills, stuff like that. And this is so kids will be prepared in the case of these incidents. Not having earthquake drills is not going to stop earthquakes from happening. And that's what the red pill is. All right. Very right, gorgeous lady. Feeling you big time, yo. Knowledge without balance can turn freedom into obsession. Okay. It's about not dating a single mother. Uh, all right, let's see. It's to keep them single and angry. Okay. Let me see if I can find one that she actually responded to. Here we go. How are you feeling, my dear Kimberly? Great. And yourself? Oh, he actually responded to that. This was 2 days ago. She hasn't responded to his response, but okay. Feeling good now that I see I'll be able to watch this new video of yours when I get home tonight. Holy crap, this dude is jacking off to her videos. Um, it's cold and snow. Jesus fucking Christ. This guy is trying to endear himself to her. These guys actually think that their likes and comments and digital roses is going to drop her panties. And she don't even care about these guys enough to tell them that it won't. This nigga is telling her how his day is. Feeling good now that And by the way, this is why they're against passport bros and stuff like that. Not because they want a man or they want a husband or they want a dick to suck every night. No, the real reason is because they need and feed off of comments like this. And that's why Red Pill exists, to alert men of shit like this. Okay. So she actually has a substantive comment to this. So I'm gonna. Oh no, this is not her. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's see. I was surprised by such a comprehensive description of what men are like. The way they speak further proves that the world of men and women is becoming even more divergent. To criticize Red Pill, you have to define it. Red Pill isn't based on hatred, but men's understanding of the dynamics of relationships. Um, at least a little. Absolutely. Well put. You're a very nice woman and you see the world differently than others. I don't think this video adds anything. Um, you have your own image of the world. Hmm. Very well said. Let's see. I never once said Red Pill is based on hatred, but in the video, you're saying that you shouldn't hate women, and this is a video response into the Red Pill community. Let's not be obtuse. We know what you're implying. Um, but negative side of consuming too much can make someone have hatred. Okay. Jesus. I've experienced this myself, especially getting comments on my videos from those same men. I haven't seen one comment on your videos that was like that. And if so, they're really reacting to something you said, not the plurality of women. Not women's words, but her action. Men don't read minds. Red pillars taught us about red flags. Hmm. Let's see what she responds to that. And that's good. As I okay, you're being passive aggressive. As I said, I'm not against the red pills message completely. Yeah, I think you usually have great takes, but you're super off base. I believe he means here. Here, and I think that you should do a bit more research before you make videos like this. And at its core, red pill content isn't about hating women. Yeah, so the same as the previous one. She's gonna say the same thing. I know that at its core, it's supposed to be that, but the content gets more attention and engagement. Is promoting exactly what I'm talking about. It mentions I don't disagree. Double negative. Okay, I mentioned I don't disagree with the red pill content completely, but it has been doing some. Everything has been doing harm. Like too much ice cream gives you a headache. I mean, but you don't make videos about ice cream headaches. My issue is more that you really go into specifics about what you agree slash disagree with. You make a lot of broad generalizations, but never specify what specifically you have an issue with, um, and you think is actually positive. Huh. Yes, this video topic is very specific. The dark side, the negative impact it can have on some viewers. Once again, anything kind of like they put that epilepsy warning on, like yes, because there are very few people in the world with epilepsy. Okay, you look beautiful, shining light. Your beauty blooms. Oh crap. Okay, not gonna read all that. And she says, "Thank you." She's just encouraging. Okay. All right, let's go. Hold up. I clicked too far. My bad. All right, let's look at our videos. Okay. Things women notice in men but will never admit. Okay. Why introverts are certainly more attractive. Blah blah blah. Okay. Seven signs she's using you. So yeah, she's a relationship coach. Um, Signs she genuinely like you. Why is disrespecting black women so normalized now? Because black women are disrespectful. Because black women are normally disrespectful. All right. Women don't respect these type of men. So basically, she's just trying to encourage men to be like the men that she isn't fucking. Okay. How introverted men should flirt? I don't know. Tell me about the men that you fucking and how he flirted with you. How average men are getting the hottest women. Okay, I want to hear about this average man that she's fucking. I want to hear about this average man that she's fucking.
Today we are talking about why average men get the
Yeah,
hot.
average men get the hottest women. Okay, let's hear this. I gotta hear this out.
Have you guys ever seen, and I'm sure you have, and not only celebrities, okay, I'm talking about everyday life. You see an average looking guy, a gorgeous, stunning woman, and you're just like, honestly, most of the time, these guys are not loaded with money and stuff like that. So it's not about that. In this video, I'm going to talk about exactly why this happens, and it happens more than you guys think. You know, whatever you see online, you're going to start believing it. You have to see what's around you.
Okay, so tell me about the last average dick that you sucked.
In reality, a thing that women complain about a lot, especially conventionally attractive women, you know, that are like, I don't know why I'm single. And then, you know, I see some women that are average looking, you know, engaged, married, you know, happily married and all that. Why is it that we see a lot of average looking people, whether it is a man or a woman, with a really, really attractive man or
So she spent the first minute re-asking the question as opposed to answering the motherfucker.
woman, you know, in contrast? So honestly, everybody has their preferences, everybody has their type, you know? So at the end of the day, what's attractive really depends on the person. But you know exactly what I mean when I say some people, you know, they date out of their league and you're like, wow, how come? So in this video, I
You're
want to talk
asking
about
the question
more
again,
average
and you're
men who get
stating the
beautiful women.
question
People
again.
mostly assume
Answer
it's
the
like either
fucking
money or
question
luck,
and
but
show me
it's
your
not. It's more
fucking tits. You get on my nerves. Answers and titties. Answers and titties. Fucking annoy me. Answer the question and or show me your tits.
mostly energy. So your presence, the emotional maturity, how you make the woman feel. Okay, because honestly, women, they can be attracted to you physically, but what keeps them hooked and stuff is mostly how you make them feel. So emotional attractions, emotional connection. So it's not just physical appearance. I mean, of course, everyone likes someone who is easy on the eyes, eye candy. Of course, we love that. Humans are like that. Our brain just feels satisfied.
Okay, then he's not average. You insufferable twat. He is not average. Your video doesn't say how average men get the hottest women, or your video doesn't say how average looking men get the hottest women. It's how average men get the hottest women, meaning that if he just so happens to be exceptionally intelligent or charismatic or both, then he's not average. He is exceptionally intelligent. Jesus fucking Christ. I knew when I seen the question posed that that the answer was going to be stupid.
When we see someone attractive, right? Okay. Doesn't mean you want to be with them, doesn't mean you want to marry them, doesn't mean you want to live long with this person. Man who is calm, emotionally stable, that is secure in himself, this honestly makes a woman feel so safe. This can be very attractive to women because women really look for that security.
Where's the dick? Where's the dick? Where is the dick that you suck based on emotional stability? Where is it? Where do you see average women with or average men like Homer Simpson type dudes with gorgeous women and saying I like him because he's emotionally stable, which is really a very common trait amongst men. And it's merely the absence of a negative, which is emotional instability.
Conventionally attractive men who actually know they're attractive and they're just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Most of the time, they don't really go deep. They're very surface level. And, a lot of women can just be like, no, like, there's no substance here. Like, you're cute and all, but like, I'm not thinking about you when I go home. You know what I mean? It's just, it's very temporary. Like, if I don't see you, like, the woman's not seeing you right in front of her, she might forget because you are just your looks. You know what I mean? A lot of women like men who look like men, not men who are trying to be too pampered, too pretty, too polished. A lot of women like when men are a little bit more laid back.
Once again, where is the Homer Simpson style dick that you're sucking? In fact, it don't even have to be Homer Simpson. Let's just say he's below average. I know the perfect average guy. Hold on. Peter Griffin is actually fatter than Homer. But no, I know the perfect guy. I'm gonna show you. What about this guy? This guy right here. This person, Reggie Hayes, is the biggest loser of all black people on television history. Yep. He's emotionally stable. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Stop pretending like there's a bunch of women lined up to fuck his emotionally stable ass. Shut the fuck up.
Women sometimes just like I want to be the woman. I want to be taking like hours in front of the mirror and not seeing my look cute every 2 seconds looking in the mirror. Like I get it, that's cool too. If you do that, that's cool. But I'm saying there's a lot of women who see that as an ick. Like, why does this guy take more time than me in the morning? Why does this guy take more time than me to go out? They're as annoying as, super conceited, super self-centered women too. The real answer for you is that they're really not relying on looks. A lot of attractive women who are looking for a relationship and, want a connection, emphasize and want a real connection, okay? They're looking for a real, you know, husband, boyfriend, whatever stage or age they're at, okay? These beautiful women that date average looking men or guys that you guys find very, unattractive is because they're so used to attention. Attention is nothing to them. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh my goodness, someone called me beautiful. Like, oh wow, like I don't know how to act.
Individual attention isn't important to you. Attention from an individual isn't important to you. However, attention is still important to you. Basically, let's just say 1 year you get attention from 100 men. The following year you're going to want more. So let's say the following year you get 400 men's attention. And then the following year you require 1,000. And then it goes up to 10,000. Now, at that stage, the individual men's attention don't really mean shit to you. But if you start losing some of that 10,000, then that's when it starts to hurt. So I'm writing her a note. And I says, tell us about the time you were waiting to get an average looking guy that was emotionally stable. How did it go? Please share.
They know they're beautiful. They know heads are going to be turning. They've been used to it. It doesn't change anything. So they commit. They rarely cheat. These women will rarely cheat because they're secure in themselves. They don't need that validation. Okay, there are a lot of beautiful women are labeled as, oh, for sure she has options, for sure she's gonna be like texting a bunch of guys, but a lot of beautiful women are not doing that, and they want to commit to one guy. And that's why it's really important for a guy to be secure in himself when he dates a very, very beautiful woman, because if you have trust issues right away, just because she is good looking and just because other men are watching, then that's going to be a challenging relationship. You're going to have to see how she acts, how she reacts. Um, at the end of the day, trust is very important. You know what I mean? I know I'm cute. Thank you for noticing, but have a nice day. That's it. When the relationships don't work, when the woman is, considered out of the league of the guy physically, if the guy is insecure, he will honestly trip. Honestly, most men, they trip. Like, they end up cheating somehow because they feel like they're not good enough for some reason, or they're like, she's probably cheating, so I'm gonna. As soon as they get a little bit of attention from a woman, because they're not used to it, right? They're not used to it. So if they get a little attention from another woman, it strokes their ego right away. It brings them up. Oh wow, okay, this woman sees me. She's complete. She wants me. And this is where it's dangerous. Okay, this is where it's dangerous. I'm getting off topic. Yeah, a man who can listen, who can understand the woman, who knows the woman's love language, a guy who pays attention, a guy who, surprises the woman, excitement without being toxic, emotional maturity, leadership. These are things that women are like, oof. It's not about the looks. It's just like the way you make them feel. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's how you make the woman feel. It's how you make the woman feel. Okay, that's the key. The real reason, but honestly, I know you want to hear this. Okay, looks.
Okay. What she's saying is true. I mean, really, all of this is designed to get average men to sign up for her course or whatever it is she's selling. That's all it is. It's to sell a fantasy to average men. Um, the truth of the matter is, all the things that she says requires that she experience your personality. It requires that she experiences your personality. Now, though what she's saying is true, and those qualities will help you, you actually have to talk with her. You actually have to sit with her. You actually have to um, get her into a position to experience her personality. And quite frankly, you likely won't get that opportunity if you're average looking. Like, why would she not ghost you over all the other average looking men that are trying to fuck? Why don't you just take an average guy from the comment section and see if any of them have the personality traits that you are talking about? Now, the relationships that you see, and I'm starting to see fewer and fewer of those, where you have like average men, average looking men, and men who are probably average in every other way, with exceptional women, tend to be relationships born out of circumstances, meaning that they were put together through fate in these extreme circumstances, in which case his personality was able to grow on her. An example of this would be the show Big Bang Theory, where you had a couple of nerds, both of whom were unremarkable and had a personality that was just downright off putting to most women. And they were put in a building in an apartment that was across the hall from another apartment where an attractive woman named Penny lived. Now, initially, Penny most definitely was not interested in either of the people there. But over time, and like bit by bit, passing in the hallways, his personality grew on her. And then they finally got married, even though she made more money than him. Now, that's an example, and the guy was exceptionally smart, but nevertheless, he was below average in many other categories, so we'll just put him as an average guy. Um, that once again is a series of favorable circumstances that you cannot learn from a coach, a dating coach, a mating coach. You can't learn these favorable circumstances from a coach. So this isn't something she could repackage and sell to society. It's not.
get you in the door. I get it. Take care of yourself. You will attract someone if you take care of yourself and work on the, you know what I mean? Looks might start the spark, but it's emotional connection that keeps the flame alive. Keep
So there is no flame without a spark. So really everything you just said was bullshit. Your personality will keep the flames going. What flames? Well, the flames that started with the spark. What spark? Well, the spark that she got from looking at you, but he's average looking. Oh, well, um, 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 boobies.
keeps her addicted, keeps her wanting more. You know what I mean? This is the key. You gotta keep her wanting more. You gotta get her thinking about you. And honestly, when I see most of these average looking men with gorgeous women, like most of the time, they have charisma, they have their, they're confident, they're laid back, they're themselves.
Ah, here we go. Everybody is themselves. Here we go. And this is, she's trying to sell you personality traits that anybody could obtain. They're charismatic. Like, okay, tell me how to become charismatic, Kimberly, please. I want to be charismatic.
Honestly, they're being themselves. Women can feel that energy, and it's very attractive. And it can grow. Honestly, you can grow on a woman. You can.
Once again, outside of favorable circumstances, it can't grow on a woman. Next, beautiful women, guys, homework assignment. Next, beautiful woman, I want you to say, yes, can I have 3 days for my personality to grow on you? All right, let's see. 5 traits women find irresistible. So this is going to be the same video. Why men get friend zoned. Oh, that should be good. You know, it's funny that she talks bad about the red pill while trying to do red pill shit, but she does it with boobies. 5 things confident men never chase. Okay. Why introverts are more attractive. Getting trapped by having a baby. Signs you're a feminine man. Why most men are lonely and single. So I must have covered her before because here it is. Like there's a red bar that says that top attractive hobbies for women. Oh crap. Red flags in women, green flags in men. So if men talk about red flags, it's because it's a dark side to it. Um, hmm. Let's just take a look at this.
So I've been seeing a buzz quite lately on Ashton Hall morning routine. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm gonna watch it right now. So we're gonna be serious about the Lord's business.
Okay, I'm gonna skip past this. I want to see her response to this. It does seem like she's getting hot and bothered, and and trust me, I'm heterosexual, but I do know a jawline slash off shirt nigga when I see one. And he's both of those things. She's getting hot and bothered by this, but I want to hear her overall response. I'm curious. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't I don't know if I'm just a baroque, okay? And this just looks crazy to me, but honestly, it is content creation. This is my it's content creation. Like you got to spice things up a bit. This is what I think. Because there's some things I'm like, dude, no way you're doing that. No way you're doing that as a morning routine. You had to think of these things to film. The quality is nice, well filmed. It's just hard to leave. I think that's what people are finding kind of funny. He's doing something right here online because look, you got people talking about him. On social media, you can present yourself the way you want to be perceived, okay? So I'm not mad at it. Who knows? Maybe this is what he actually does. You know what I mean? Like, who am I? Who am I to say that? But it is hard to believe, right? I feel like this is a way to kind of show off a luxury lifestyle and to show, if you're proud of with what you have, you want to show it, and then you want people to see you as, successful. And a lot of people do that online. The banana peel though, oh my god. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think in the comments. See ya.
Okay, so she didn't really state high attraction to it, but I think it's implied by her body language and by the fact that she and apparently a lot of other women chose to watch this. I don't know who this guy is, but we do have an understand if women like the average guy with emotional stability so much, then where is he at with all the views? Just saying. Somebody said the swimming pool has a towel boy. Well, why aren't the women just looking at the viral videos of the towel boy? Somebody said, so don't be average. Got it. Well, I ain't doing none of that shit that nigga was doing, except showering, of course. But I mean, a bowl of ice to put on my fuck that. Fuck that. Um, and yes, if I did do all those things, I most certainly would be fucking Kimberly right now. But that's a lot of reward to fuck Kimberly. Okay, I'm not gonna laugh at a man losing a foot. I didn't know he lost a foot, but yeah. All right, let's just do one more of these things. See, tips on meeting people organically. Yeah, right. Okay. Signs she wants to get intimate with you. The panties dropping is a pretty clear sign. All right, let's see. Attract women like this. Like, I can't stand these chicks. Like, if you are not sucking average dick, I don't want to hear it. Attractive things men can wear. Well, I thought it's just a personality thing. Shouldn't he just wear his emotional stability and intelligence? Build confidence daily like this. Um, you sucking my dick will build my confidence daily. All right, let's see. attract women like this, unattractive. Okay. Top attractive hobbies according to women. So what about being yourself? Didn't you say a man that is himself? Now you're telling us what hobbies a man should have to be attractive? The hobbies that he wants because he's being himself. The best way to attract women. Okay. Things men can do to increase attractiveness. So all of this has one thing in common, and that is I want to teach you how you can be attractive to women. And that's why her most recent video is against um passport bro, or not passport bros, but um red pill content, because for many men it leads to things like passport broism, and she wants to keep them just, she wants to profit from them attempting to be with them. So I want to thank the new channel member. Greatly appreciate. My channel membership is actually growing a lot. I'm gonna start doing I know I put a lot of videos on members only, so they can receive the benefits of being a member, but I'm also going to do like live streams that are members only. So stay tuned for that. Sign she wants you badly. The secret to keeping a woman. They say nice guys slash girls finish last. Where are the good men? Not in your bed. All right, let's see. How to look more attractive. Everyone should know this. Um, I hope you're not talking to men because you were just saying that it's not about looks with men. Let's see. Passport bros. Okay, so after all these videos talking about how to attract women, let's see what she has to say about passport bros. Because these guys don't really need the advice that you were given. And whatever country it is that
Sorry, I have to bring you into this, but
whatever country it is you come from, a man can go to that country and fuck a woman that looks just like you without having to do any of the things that you are trying to get men to do, which really just undermines your entire body of work. So apparently I already watched it, but I don't remember. So
channel. Happy holidays. This is really a random video. I just had a thought and I wanted to like make a video about it for a while now. And I find it so interesting for the topic. So passport bros. For me, it's not something really new that I've seen online. I would say I saw this back when I was traveling on my own. I think it was 2021 or yeah, 2021.
somebody says, I do not know his workout routine. Well, according to what I've seen on the video, it does seem like he does push-ups every time he hears a word with a W in it. So, if you're having a conversation and, you just say something like, where that at? He just does 75 push-ups. That seems to be his workout routine. Oh, I just said workout. That's 75 more. So yeah, that seems to be it. I mean, it serves him well. Don't get me wrong, but shit, fuck, I ain't doing none of that shit. No, she don't. No, she don't. She's not even close to average. And for her to be average, it would mean that half the women that you see look better than her, and the other half don't. That's median. That's the average. Um, and that most certainly is not true unless you live in Miami.
I went to Brazil, and like I have a channel where it's mostly, so I was watching YouTube while I was over there, and I saw a lot of Americans like filming their experience in Brazil and meeting women and like looking for a wife. Passport bros are American men normally. I'm guessing men from the United States. I'm from Canada, so I never really visited the United States to be honest. I'm kind of embarrassed of that. But yeah, so it's American men that want to find a wife um, outside of the country. So
How come she don't talk American? Or how come she don't talk Canada? How come she don't say stuff like about and baggage?
they go to foreign countries. They go to South America. They go to, I don't know, the islands, Caribbeans. They go to Asia.
Do they go to Canada?
So just anyone but the American modern women that men are, unsatisfied with
Do they go to
these
Canada?
days. They're basically saying these women are more feminine. These women are more.
They
These
are.
women have more wife
They
qualities,
do.
and they take care of their men.
You guys know that there's a trend encouraging men to all get passports and travel abroad. It's not just for sights or good food. No, no. It's to find wives, to find women who are more traditional. We're traveling all across the world just to find women who are more humble, more feminine, who are
Yes.
willing to treat their men better than women in the US.
Yes.
Traveling to places like Italy, Thailand, Brazil, just to find women who will treat them right.
Yes.
The passport bros ideology is that they're escaping the hatred of feminists, women, and are traveling somewhere they can thrive. They believe
Okay.
the ideology that by seeking foreign women, it can find a more authentic, fulfilling, and harmonious relationship. This is
Okay.
seen as a way to restore the natural balance between masculine and feminine energy. This is triggering some women because they think that these men are
Wow, she just like stated a lot of what we already know, but okay.
interested in finding these women, they think they will be more submissive. Not sure if this trend slash movement is gonna
They will be more submissive. Just like a person moving from California to say Ohio, they're doing it because they think the houses are going to be cheaper. It is going to be cheaper. That's yeah.
or only get worse.
All I'm saying is that yes, get your passports not only to find a wife, like cool, if it's just to find a wife and this is your goal, that's perfect. Honestly, I really recommend people to travel in general. It opens up your mind. You can like learn a lot of stuff, learn about cultures, learn languages. Like I learned a language, I learned Portuguese by traveling. Guys, it's amazing. Like it changed my life. Remember
Okay.
when I was in Brazil, there was this
That's good.
YouTuber. I'm not gonna give a name, but he was an American YouTuber.
Hmm.
And then we were like working together there. And well, we were a group of YouTubers from different places, so from France, United States, different places. And he was like, when I come here, okay, he said, when I'm in America, I'm like, I don't know what do you say, like a 4 out of 10. And then when he comes here in Brazil, he's like an 8 out of 10. He's like, the women see me as like, okay, like, wow. And I was just like, I found that so interesting. I'm like, okay, so like the men that I met in Brazil that were traveling, they were like, yeah, the women here really like see me in a different light. You know what I mean? And people would be like, yeah, it's because they think you have money, like they want to take advantage of you. Like I asked them what they thought about foreigners, like different women that I knew there, and they're like, some of them were like, oh yeah, like they're really like it's really different. I really like that. They can teach me stuff, and like I would like to travel also, like get to know like elsewhere. You can actually find a wife, a partner organically like that just by, enjoying life and not making it so much like I'm on a hunt for a wife. So the passport bros, shout out to them, the ones that are, doing it.
Um, Your whole dedic your whole channel is dedicated to men hunting women. And now you're saying that you shouldn't be on a hunt for women.
Respectfully, you're going into a different country. I really recommend people to travel with a local in these countries, someone who speaks the language. If there's like if people where you're going don't really usually speak English as a second language, travel with someone who is a local who knows the area, where to go, where not to go, where to avoid, how to dress when you go out, like what you should bring, what you shouldn't avoid, because things can go bad in these countries, if you do things wrong. So honestly, I encourage men to do this, but don't get too excited and like get yourself into some mess, because I've seen some situations where there was a very bad ending. And just like in every country, there's good and bad people, and there's good and bad women. Uh, the area, the country, the culture, and cannot buy. So you really need that. That's like the top thing I'm saying to anyone who wants to travel, not only men, but just like anyone. I was doing YouTube vlogs in Brazil, but honestly, things changed when I found some trustworthy locals, like this person. I was just so lucky and blessed because I had a lot of good people around me. But honestly, I do not recommend people to just travel on their own like that, naive, not knowing what's going on around you. Honestly, when I think about it, there's nothing really new, to be honest. But I think what's new about it is that people are filming their experience and like encouraging men to do it. When I think about it, I'm probably like a product of that. Like my dad grew up here in Canada. He has a different background from my mom, but basically he grew up here in
Jamaican.
Canada. And my mom like reversed, like she came here, but she was like, she's Jamaican and like
Hmm.
she grew up there, like whole different mentality. And I think he liked that. And then got married, had me. Unfortunately, they're not together anymore. But anyways, mom, dad, if you're watching this, I'm sorry I had to bring you into this, but you made this beautiful, smart um, daughter. I'm not mad at it, but I know a lot of women are kind of frustrated. Like I've seen online that
Okay, so she just don't want to lose her male audience. I really don't like listening to her, so I'm gonna end the video there. Because I think that that's been a pattern in her life. Like I think once I think relationships end once guys get tired of fucking her. Now, because of the way she looks, that's gonna take longer than it would normally take for a guy to get tired of fucking a woman. But to listen to, because it's like Passport Bros, let's talk about it. And she spent the majority of the video saying, get to know a local and they could show you around and blah blah blah. Make sure they speak the language. Well, they're local. Why wouldn't they speak the language? But who want to hear no shit like that? Like you. That's not the subject matter. Jesus, that was just annoying as fuck. Would I put up with such an annoying person? Absolutely. Those titties look nice. And the face card. But god damn. When that wears off, and it always does, what's left over? Anyway, um, I want to thank the new members, managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those participating button on your way out. Game changer 00100. Game over. Peace.